It is a little too quiet when there's no broadcast. What the hell?
A little bit longer than that in different leagues and different situations where you need to adapt to, not only what you want to do, but what the other teams are doing. And that is something that is massive.
Maybe that'll be confusing though. First, welcome, Pancakes. Welcome, bro. Some tier 2 North America. What up, Hiki? How's it going, bro? What up, my dude? What up, T? How's it going? All right, second monitor is figured out. Who's good? Go. When you doing the coaching again? I don't know. Whenever there's downtime. But I'm gonna be honest. When is there gonna be downtime? Right now, I haven't even had an off day in like I think about 2 weeks. Because usually I've been taking them on Sundays, but I think I was streaming last Sunday. And now we have NA. We have NA on Sundays. I think we can literally watch Valorant every single day now. But that being said, I think if there is ever a gap, like I think that tier 2's Swiss stage will be over somewhat soon-ish. And there should be a little bit of a gap before playoffs. There's probably some time in there. What up, Shrike? What up, Lanscan? It's a little too quiet, no?
Struggling to find.
Let's just listen to this for now, even though we're not watching this game.
Yeah, they had some good instances. I feel like they've had some potential in a few of the series that we saw, especially towards the.
All right, we will be watching the B stream games today.
I think we didn't
which will
really
be this matchup here.
The expectations were.
I think the mainstream, these are elimination matches.
One of the series that matches up a little bit better with them. I think
Rose versus D1, Evictix versus Pigeons.
The most for sure in the squad.
So
but it's one of those teams that definitely seems like they've made a bit.
These are like the ones with the most stakes. That's why they're showing them on broadcast. But I think the higher quality games will be the ones that are on the second stream. That's why we're going to be watching those. I've been on a win streak lately.
Like she was saying, the opponents have not been easy. Like you have top 3 there within like.
What are you playing? What agents are you playing? EG moves or was it energy moves? Isn't it energy? I just opened this twice. I guess there's no moves currently, but moves was in, I think, energy before, if I recall correctly. Oh, I actually like this. They probably don't like having to show their comps and shit, but I like being able to see what teams are actually playing on these maps. Okay, let's do this. We used to do this a lot, but we haven't been doing it too much. So we got 6 casting today, pretty much. Pretty much. All right, we'll do the last 2 months. We'll do the last 2 months, chat. Okay. On stats alone, looks like Energy Academy is extremely happy to not have Abyss or Corrode in the pool. I guess this is a Pearl permaban team. Overall win rates look good on every map. Haven seems to be the one that's more 50-50. This is including all of their Is this a team that plays Fun Havers? Yeah. Then what about EG Academy? No Fun Havers on the side of EG Academy. I mean, definitely seems to be some mismatches here. Playing the bread and butter. Playing Vice. Chad, we've talked about it a lot. I think that Vice is not very good on bind, but it is a good agent. Really, really, really good agent. Bro, they have like actually just 0-1, 0-2 on like all the like current map pool maps. I mean, I'm sure these are also inflated by the fact that they're playing literally in Fun Havers and shit, but what up, Tam? No fun at EG. She's just counter Neon in my head. Yeah. Vice is definitely a counter to Neon. If you guys watch that G2 match, definitely a 1-to-1 counter. It's very hard for you to actually be able to like speed up into a Vice. Especially if you don't like do a lot of like work in the map to like find the Vice. Then when you have to deal with the Opper, you can't contact as much. What up, Walken? How's it going, bro? We are going to be on the silent stream today, so we'll see how that goes. The Epic Pen, good to go. W. Wonder if they give us the veto early. Wasn't that the issue last time? Like we didn't really get to see the comps and veto ahead of time, and then it's just like suddenly we're playing. I mean, I guess that's kind of cool to some degree. What up, Noel? How's it going, bro? We have some like chill matches today. Nothing like too crazy in terms of quality. The other broadcast is focused on the elimination matches. So the 1-3 teams. And then the current teams that we're going to be watching are the 2-2 teams. So many cheaters in ranked? Really? Hate to see that, bro. You actually hate to see that. I'm really excited for tomorrow, bro. I'm kind of confused, though. The upcoming matches, maybe you guys have context on this that I don't. How come it doesn't show the other match? Is there no other match? Is there really only one 4 p.m. match? Damn, 25 stream streak? Damn. Is there really only one match? And that closes it all out, really? Like where's wait. Okay, MBG sad. M80 Azure Dragon. Maybe it's because they are gonna wait for the other 2-2, the other 2-2 team, to get promoted to 3-2, and then those guys play in that slot, or maybe they just play later, I guess. Bro, anyway, I'm really excited for these two matches here. M80 Azure Dragon and Shopify Rebellion Black vs FlyQuest. Pretty insane. These should be really, really high quality matches. Love getting that Zix tip. Bro, Chad, I'm not gonna lie. I think that the tip that I put up last night is so insanely relevant. Like there has been infinite times in matches where like let's say for example, I think I talked about this before on stream, but for those that weren't here for it, on bind, Asuna has been here before and has called early round. Not early round, but he's called early basically that they're going to hit A because people pass the bomb to each other here without hugging each other. And it made an audio cue. Asuna has called this before. He said, they pass bomb. Stack A. And then we were able to like rotate in time. Thought you already made a video about it, but it may have been from a previous stream. Yeah, it was probably from a previous stream. W Austin voice. Hey Zix, how you doing today? I'm doing well, Beerus. Thank you, bro. Thank you for asking. Mimo says sub 6. So consistent on the watch party. Big W. Thank you. Appreciate that. You can hear bomb pass even if it doesn't hit the ground. Yeah, what it sounds like, Gabaron, it's the audio of like a gun drop, like when you're dropping it to your teammate. So it kind of sounds like a gun flies through the air, like an unequip of a gun flies through the air and then lands in your teammate's hands. So you want to make sure you hug your teammates every time you want to give them the spike, so that they don't give an audio cue away. Yo, Janoi, thank you with the 15 raid, bro. W mans. Welcome, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's it going? Hope you had a good stream, bro. Hope you had a good stream. We should be starting anytime now. Counter went away. Yo, this guy needs help. He's hard stuck Ascendant 1. Same. Same. Actually, bro, playing ranked is pretty fun, bro. Playing ranked is pretty fun. Peak shorts content. I really appreciate it. W, bro. Thank you. Appreciate the kind words. He needs coaching, he said. I don't know how much coaching I'll be doing. So much Valorant to watch. You should try the trick 10-mans. Playing ranked is pretty fun, said nobody ever. Bro, it's just your mindset. Just your mindset. You just have to not care. Not caring is a fucking cheat code. All right, looks like we're on bind, guys. EGA versus NRGA. I don't know how long we'll have, chat, so I'm going to do 2-minute prediction. All right, get your predictions in, guys. Someone made a nice post of you on the Val comp Reddit. I did see that. It was super, super sick to see. And it was only positive comments. It was awesome. It was somebody in my chat named Snail Gang. He told me that he was the one that made the post. Who's the favorite? Like between these two teams? Oh, EG Academy does have moves. Was I blind when I was looking at the roster? No, I wasn't blind. They just haven't updated because Mitch is now NRGA assistant coach, right? All right, chat. We're seeing nerfed Waylay getting some play here. We are seeing Vice once again on the side of EG Academy. So if I recall correctly, NRGA Academy actually had a pretty good record overall on bind. This is fun havers though included. This is actually a 2-2. It looks like 5-2, but it's actually a 2-2. Chat. Don't leak roster moves, dude. Seriously, man, what the hell? My fault. Allegedly, he's going to assistant coach. Allegedly. What up, Des? Who's calling for EG? Actually, don't know. I don't know. Oh, Snail's here. What up, bro? Pancakes? Good comms. Man, Pancakes has been performing as well. Wait, I just bro, there's no way. By the way, there's no way I was paused that whole time. I thought it was the same screen. My fault, chat. All right, let's go. That is actually crazy, no? Jeez. Oh yeah, no Discord ping. Good comms.
30 seconds left.
You press shift walk on a hold or toggle? Wait, what?
One down. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
1v1. Damn. Bro, I know that you can actually reverse. Yo, by the way, I had a... Maybe you guys know him actually, Zion Spartan. You know how like in games like COD, you hold shift to sprint? You guys know that, right? You hold shift to sprint. He thought it would be way more comfortable for him to make it like that in Valorant. So his default mode is walking around. And then he holds shift to sprint. Isn't that kind of mind-blowing? I was like, wait, what? I didn't even know you could do that. Like, what the fuck? Who's that? Zion Spartan. Who's a League of Legends pro.
Spike drop.
Okay, shot. Question is, it's an eco round. They're actually investing like dog, other utility. There is a wall here, so there's not really gonna be. So I don't know how loud this is for you guys, but that shit's kind of hella loud for me. That Guardian skin is blasting my eardrums out. A lot of space to give in, bro. Respect the walk around though.
Spike down.
But what does his teacher call him? Like, you see how NRGA Academy has literally just walked into the bomb site shop? Very little util investment. Like, as a defender trying to peek out from like spots like tube, if you show yourself at cubby, you get mollied. This B bomb site is extremely easy to like just throw some utility and walk around. You don't even have to exec it. You don't want to give timings, like audio timings, to the elbow player. Did you watch Plat Chat live today? Leo Faria talked about the 2027 format. No, I didn't. I could go back and rewatch it though. I'll probably do that after stream. Because there's obviously a lot of details when it comes down to the execution of it. So, should be kind of interesting then. Okay. So, once again, to go over the macro a bit, this is the most important info line on the map, the B-long info line that people usually jump spot. To not see somebody from EG playing on that line is pretty low info on their side. Also, why are we with the Guardian again? Fuck. This shit is so loud. But to not see them on the info line, I think is pretty bad. On top of, I mean, you know, NRGA Academy ends up making noise instead of like contacting this space. So they actually do end up getting the info. It's not the end of the world, but you kind of see the flow-on effect there. I think that this flash tells the enemy team, and you can see it here, that they're going back A. The Sky was the one that was B long. Why would the Sky be moving like this across the map, flashing this, unless they were going back A?
Be right back.
I think that this flash kind of ruined their macro in the round. Does macro end up mattering? Nah. See, that's why I don't focus too much on macro, chat. I think the only map that I talk about macro usually is like bind. But it's like, bro, even if you have bad macro and sure, you hit a site into 3 people, at the end of the day, generally it's only going to matter like the way things are executed, you know? The micro. What's up, coach? What up, Panda? Macro is everything. I do think the majority of Valorant commentators currently just only talk about macro. Well, primarily, I'll say. Playing your game is more important than macro. Yeah, you could say that. All right, we are on the most important round here. Round 4. B-Dog has ultimate. I don't know if we saw. Did we see a op out of B-Dog? Also. Oh shit. No, we actually could have punished. That actually could have been a punish. It is kind of scary because you could just be peeking into multiple. This is a decent walk down by Moobs. Thought he found the gap. What is that new Viper short wall? Some teams have been doing it, and the whole goal is just to deny this jump spot. Jump spot here. It denies the jump spot, denies this double peek they just did. And you can get a little bit of more advanced position through the choke before you pop out. I think it's okay, but my question is, where are they putting the orb? Where are they putting the orb if they have this? Also, NRGA Academy doing a lot of contacting, which is good. Really good.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Gap found.
Down,
Gap
B.
absolutely found. I think the big issue here is obviously, you know, when they speed up into a deep wall, like that's kind of best case scenario for the Vice player here. And then obviously when this corner goes uncleared, B-Dog's pretty happy. Pretty damn happy. Nope, no op because alt. You save your smoke for something else, but you still have smoke in hand, yeah. That's why like the best orb on the map by far is the B long orb. It reduces the amount of risk you have to take in the round to deny the B long info. I think that this B long default is extremely difficult, and it requires one of two things. So I'm glad to see that NRGA Academy is having this approach, where at least when they bring bodies to B long, they're always doing this pop smoke, and then making sure that this area is cleared out. This pop smoke here is super important because these angles from top side, from Cubby, are so good at dealing with these long players. And then same thing with these off angles inside of long. So in this case, see, Ren's kind of just went straight dry into all of these angles. Looks like they're probably on an eco round is why.
Doing a thing.
Actually, they're not on an eco round for sure, actually. Yeah, so I mean, they just opted into going dry into it, but I mean, if you really think about it, an op easily could have been in play here, and then Renz would just die for free. Spam gets value with a Vandal. Holy. Pancake's solo play kills 2. That's crazy.
Last player standing.
He actually just flashed out twice into 3 people with nobody else peeking. I feel like I oftentimes would have a rule for flashers that you're only really supposed to flash the first time. Because if you try to do this like double flash, people are going to be ready. You know what I mean? Like people don't know exactly where you are. You pop flash. Like you have to kind of like look for your punish on that window. And then after that, like they know where you are. The jig is up, right? They're going to play anti. Wow. Whose pick is this? We have no idea. We have no idea. They didn't show the veto on broadcast. We'll look at it after the game. Actually, we can look at it in a second. Hey Zix, today I found a video where your stream was translated into Japanese. I hope your popularity in Japan keeps growing. Holy shit. That's actually cool. Where was that, Shape? Where was that posted? I was wondering, you know, funny enough, I actually had a few Japanese like followers I noticed on Twitter and Twitch last few days. Well, not last few days, it was like last night. NRG pick Bind, EG pick Lotus, Decider split. W comms Atlas, thank you, bro. What up, by the way, Alice? Mr. Worldwide.
30 seconds left.
Bro, you know I studied Japanese for a year and I'm actually still so bronze at it, bro. It's actually fucked up. What's up, Hat Guy? What up, Shakar? Alright, 3v3 situation.
Spike planted.
We have a Bucky and you all. It's a good reposition. I actually like this a lot. 10 HP.
One enemy remaining.
Nice try. Are you behind on the stream? There's a world. There's a world. Wait, this music is crazy. Sped up. Was Clerk on NRGA? Yeah. Did German for 3 years. I can say like 5 phrases and 2 greetings. Yeah, I think I can read hiragana, but kanji is so hard. Katakana, I'm like kind of noob. I like the deep smokes here. Chat, deep smokes are more often than not better than close smokes. The backside players don't feel comfortable anyway. And the retake becomes impossible if they don't have the backside space. Like, look at the fight that Zeruna has to take here to be able to, like, get value in the round. He's dropping out of heaven through a one-way. Just praying that his timing is good. Obviously, it's on good timing with his shower teammates. Oh, Shibar. Oh, shit.
Standing.
That's okay. Happens. Unlucky, right, chat? It's a little unlucky. Server issue. Wait, my YouTube chat, somebody said, wait, I do that too. Same reason. Shift to sprint feels more comfy. That's crazy, though, because, like, if you peek something... What does it drink? It's cold brew coffee. If you peek something, wouldn't you... I just realized this thing is on again, bro. Actually, the blinker is on. If you peek something, don't you have to hold shift to peek? Isn't that kind of awkward? Because you want to get like the full movement. Is that kind of crazy? I don't know. We're still checking the boxes here when it comes to the macro, though. The attack macro for NRGA Academy. Flash doesn't really confirm if it's more than one. JK actually sticks around when he sees that many people. Pretty bold. It's so hard to play when the enemy team is just like all clumped together like that and you're in a stuck open position like where Zerona was. So eventually he'll just get 4-man swung. Pancakes also has to shoot the dog, which leads to getting slide peeked. I mean, NRGA Academy's played this round pretty well from micro POV.
Here. Last player standing.
Like you could stop me.
Wow. Nice try. Alt to walk, shift to crouch. Holy. Holy. Alright, we're looking like an eco finally on the side of EG. Outlaw bot for net. Man, I'm really surprised. I'm extremely surprised to see this wall and orb in pocket over and over. I feel like this wall plus the long orb is like actually so good. It's so good. Where to watch this match? We're watching on YouTube. It's Liga ACE esports. This is tier 2 NA for those that aren't aware. Dog Blanc again. B-Dog hasn't had an operator the entire game so far, right, chat? I think when you play with Vice, the importance to buy an operator goes up like 5x. Like actually 5x. Because the thing is, like, look at what NRGA Academy is doing. This is like actually money. This is so money. Look. They just fully walked into the site. Zerona is just kind of expecting that they probably wouldn't full walk into the site, would probably give an audio cue. NRGA Academy is actually playing extremely well, bro. From a micro standpoint, playing pretty damn well. Wait, did he make audio? Oh my god. The Vice ult from elbow is pretty nice, though. I think that's his logic. Maintain the elbow space. Team rotates over late. He can ult. Thing is, though, ulting the down numbers here on the retake, bit scary. Definitely a big risk. Nice try. Best players in NA Tier 2 right now. There's a lot, bro. There's actually a crazy amount of really good players in Tier 2 NA. No commentary feels cursed, low key. I mean, there's smoke. I think in this game, even in this game, bro, there's so much talent. You'd say that Shondex is talent. You'd definitely say Pancakes is talent. Jack has been very insane. Smoke's been insane. X has been insane. Tier 2 NA is like kind of peak right now. I'm sure there's more that I'm missing too, and that's just like off the top. In before Jack glaze. Yeah, Jack always gets the glaze. Even on Jack's team, there's Vita as well. There's a lot of talent in Tier 2 NA. It's very competitive. Very, very competitive region. We are finally seeing the B-Long orb. Unless that's a defender orb. Is this a defender orb, chat? I think it is, actually. Because the orb, the attack orb, just so you guys are aware, if you wanted to find the lineup, the orb should bleed out like this almost, so that the goal being that a player that's playing under hookah is unable to spot the cross of players going into, like, you know, the other side of long. That way you can actually fully contact the space, clear out the hookah off, or the octagon off angles. Don't see an orb. So this orb went somewhere.
30 seconds
and we do know for a fact that sometimes these Viper orbs don't show up on the minimap for whatever reason. Because we see one Viper orb right now, right? We see one Viper orb, but there's two Vipers. Whoever said no casters is cursed is right. Yeah, we're going to be on this stream all day, chat. So lock in. It is a bit, it does feel a bit harder to lock in, right?
Launching smoke.
Bit of a save. Is C2 on land? Nah, it's remote. Everybody's like practicing from home, or playing from home. Also 20 stream streak for Birux. 5 from Lawrence. W. This is understimulating. Cast more. The orb is long, you can see it, but I didn't know if it was a defender orb or not, Nightmare. And there's two Vipers on the map, so it's less obvious if this one is an attacker or defender orb. I would assume it's a defender orb, because, like I said, the attacker one goes deeper. It looks like he is throwing it this round, so we'll see it on minimap. Okay, we have a hookah orb. Yo, he missed the lineup. Chat, he missed the lineup. Bro, I swear this lineup is so easy, though. The lineup is so easy. SRB plays from their LA facility? No, I don't think so. Not anymore. When they do boot camps and stuff, I think they're in Toronto. Toronto. I think SRG is also remote. But I think they do boot camps at the facility. We missed both of these kills. I like the reaction from moves. Doesn't end up getting value. Probably has to do a little bit more searching. Like trying to force this duel so that he can have like some space. But overall, the decision to like get more aggressive in the 3v5, try to like section off a 1v1, pretty good decision. What up, Churv? Guess they changed it for SRB this year. Yeah, they did. Because I know they were doing it last year, and I will say from from my experience, when I worked in gaming houses, chat, and when I worked in an environment that was like remote, the amount of people when they go to a facility, kind of like work home kind of balance situation, the amount of players that end up playing less games because they go into this system is like crazy. Like, I'm not kidding. I think like more than half of the people on teams that go into this kind of like dynamic end up stop playing the game as much. They will just play way less ranked because it feels more like this is my on time, this is my off time. And when you get home and it's your off time, you don't really want to spend your day or the rest of your day kind of like, I don't want to say wasted, but you just want to like de-stress, right? Okay. Bro, YouTube has been buffering for me, like actually a lot. Okay, to me, this is the least ideal macro. The no B long. Like, the problem is, too, why don't we have a jump spot here? No one's jump spotting. We have no deep info line. We could just guaranteed stay 3 toward A. The thing is, though, they're saying 3 toward A, but if this freeze stays frozen and they didn't do this push through, like, we need to have this info line. It was a very good double walk. We don't get to see the kill once again on the double push. Here, EGA Academy just lost doing a double push. Flash deep. They did another double push on defense here. Deep kill. Spot the info toward B. Once again, if we had this info line, we would still be very aware of the fact that they're just probably going to go back. The B-long info line is too important, chat. Full audio makes it easy for Jakey. They are trying to like beat the timing here, so I don't blame NRGA Academy, but it is making it more susceptible to a peak on timing for sure.
One enemy remaining.
You see Shondex kind of angling out from the smokes, finding another free kill off the walk around glitch. What do you think about this command? Yeah, it seems good. Seems fine. Oh, Shikar, we already have one of those, actually. Well, it's like the walk around. I think it's called walk around, right? There we go.
Switching sides.
I think my ads ran. Unlucky. I should have ran it before the game. It's not like there's any commentating or anything anyway. Is that because of burnout or is it because of distractions being present when in a gaming house? No. What I'm saying is gaming house and remote, it's way easier to just be done with practice and then just you turn on your stream and then just start gaming, or you just instantly press the queue up button. Oh, Put a prime command. W. Holy W. Okay, pistol round. Man, playing solo B is so risky. Having the hookah space makes it a bit more doable. Oh my. My. He actually got wrapped through spawn. They heard the triple TP and insta-reacted. That's actually pretty nice. Pretty nice proactivity by EGA Academy. Chad, I'm not gonna lie. If you're gonna triple flank through TP, I would argue probably every day of the week to go long instead. These fights are too bad. Actually too bad. You just cannot get value. Rolling out of bed and doom queuing ranked is so easy. I get it. Yeah, it's like you finish your day of prac. It feels so seamless to just queue up. I feel like that environment, while like gaming houses obviously have their downsides, that is one of the pros, low key. You're already in your gaming room, you know? It's like your relaxation and like professional environment. So it can be hard to like set a balance, but at the same time, like it becomes more natural and almost feels like you can just insta queue up. But spending every single day 24/7 with people, unless you really like them, it's gonna be rough. Also a good movement there on the entry. I like the wide swing after he notices the guy's whiffing. It's pancakes. W mans. Didn't C9 kick Ross if you're not living with them? I have no idea. Good smoke used, by the way, for EG Academy. In case you haven't seen the short, smoke should be like kind of more focused on the right side, and that there's a gap on the left side here, so that the player can't isolate fights for free. Don't you think there's a saturation point for how much players play in a day? Not really. As a person that came from League of Legends, where like the players literally play like 16 hours a day, like not really. Okay, outlaw into no light armors. This is the problem of the second round outlaw buy. Most teams right now are going like all classics. If the team is going all classics and you know it, Marshall is much better for second round. It's basically the price of a pistol. Pretty much guarantee the round win anyway. And then if you want to upgrade for this bonus, you easily can.
All set.
NRGA Academy did a bit of searching in shower here. I don't know if you guys saw that, but the Neon spotted out the Viper. Pretty deep. Pretty good info. Wow, moves gets the kill as well on the short player. That is going to be a lot of pressure. Once again, chat, we're kind of seeing the same thing. So because the Viper Orb is here, there's more pressure to deny this info line. So they've just been permanently spotted over and over and over at B-Long. I think that whenever you're down one man on bind, this is a really good stall molly if they're going to actually shift a player over.
Thorns are alive.
Kind of late to shift the player over. Gonna get bonus here.
10 seconds left.
When you're down one man, you should be in like a 3-1 setup and just play your read. I think playing 2-2, because here's the thing, right? If you have 3B and they do a 5v3 hit, this is like the same as if you were 3B and 2A. You know what I mean? So like it's still like a 5v5 round. If you play 2A, it's like no matter what they do, they're like hitting into your weak side. Does that make sense? That's why it makes sense to be a bit more gambly. You want to make sure that you're trying to like create and establish a strong side to make it almost feel as if it is a 5v5. Yeah.
Anyone have any splints?
I'm sure this already got answered, but where's Mitch?
Multiple.
There's currently a rumor / leak, allegedly, that he will be NRG's assistant coach. Allegedly. You think Faker is an outlier or a learning opportunity when it comes to career longevity? I think that League of Legends is just different, bro. You need like you need a different kind of brain, I think, to play League of Legends at a high level. I think there's not a crazy amount of new talent in League of Legends. So longevity, I think, will just kind of be there in League. In Valorant, it feels like so many people can be competitive at the highest level. Like, yeah, I don't know. Valorant, so many players have like pretty comparable kind of aim. Obviously, there's standouts for sure, but if you're looking at the roster of like how many people could really be competitive in this game and like make it to a tier 1 level, like even in tier 2 NA, I can like give you a list of like 10 to 15 people that could easily be tier 1 right now.
Spike down A.
Wow. All right, 2v3 situation. 2 behind the smokes.
Spike planted.
Pretty fast flank timing here. We're gonna get a double peek. Nice. Did get a double peek there. Wow. Shaky abusing audio there. Sky gave audio. Insta peeked on timing. Actually, fuck with that. Reposition here with the walk around glitch. Very nice. Very nice. They're trying to read out his position. They don't know for sure if he went spawn, U-Haul, and now they know it's spawn.
Last player standing.
Oh no. Oh no, chat.
Right now.
Oh no, chat. We actually had an EMEA flash. Oh no, chat. It was the EMEA flash.
Go, go, go. Go, go, go.
What happened to the UI? On the second stream, there's no UI. On the second stream, there's no UI, no casters. They just want to make sure that there's a place to broadcast the games. You can see here, there's like UI on the main stream with casters, but on this one, there's none of that. If that was Asuna, he obviously wouldn't have missed the flash. Daps you up, Will. Agreed. Daps you up.
There.
Man, I feel like I haven't seen someone hold this like deep crack in a while. I feel like people usually hold the off angle. That's like punishes the people that are more committed. Usually if I see anybody on that angle, it's more of a peak on timing angle than it is like a hold the crack kind of angle. I feel like players' pre-aims for that angle are pretty good. Flash through. Smoke's not held, and our smoke was our entry, so smokes are actually on kind of bad timing. Could have been punished from heaven. Okay.
30 seconds left. Fall back. Last player standing.
B-Dog abusing the walk around glitch, but Shondex sees his barrel and just sidesteps him. Fuck. This is a nice round by Shondex, bro. I feel like he definitely should have not gotten as much value as he did. Very well played. I've always wondered what's the difference between tier 2 and tier 1 pros besides age and experience. Honestly, a lot of tier 2 pros could just play in tier 1. And I think that the problem that separates them from a tier 1 player is kind of unique to each person. Some people like don't really understand team play fundamentals. They're like only instinctual. And when you're like only an instinctual player, depending on the role you're playing, it can be fine. Or it could be kind of detrimental. If you're like a scans player or like a flashes player and you don't ever get value on like your flashes, then obviously that would be like an example of that, right? Understanding like key communication that you could use to like make your flashes have more value, like saying wait, I can flash for you. And then like your players understanding that wait means like stay close to the wall, but don't peek it yet so that they're able to insta peek off your flash. It's like a lot of small detail things like that. I feel like overall in tier 2, a lot of like micro mistakes happen. So trying to like flow better off of your teammates, I think is pretty big as well. Okay, a little bit of like a B fake. Go back A. I feel like not being here to break this dog and also not fully pushing this guy into like elbow made this round very easy. And like the big question mark for me is how are they still in a 2A setup? How is NRG so slow to make this rotate happen? Also, is there a plan to use the Waylay ult? You can kind of see it there. Like they were thinking about doing this Waylay ult. Definitely comes late, but it is good. Well done. Man, this felt so hesitant, but they found it eventually. You can kind of tell like tier 2 is just like a little bit slow when it comes to like these reactions though. You guys saw that, right? We got the deep info on the reclear. Why does it take us like 5 seconds to react? Start rotating. Why is the intention in the round not already we're doing a shower trap and a crunch if they come? You know? Everything is a bit too slow. Jakey just ulted his team? That was Jakey's ult. Chad, I just assumed that it was the enemy ult. I was like, fucking hell, that ult was money. But now that I'm thinking about it, our Brimstone was in hookah. I like this position a lot. Being able to like hold the person that's rotating into sight. Usually players should call for the Viper wall if they want to cross into sight. Not calling for the Viper wall is like kind of bad details, low-key. If enemy team had a T-side op, you know, you kind of do just get picked for free in that kind of position. Oh. I think Net's a little too tunneled on the stall to plant kind of mentality. The only reason why you would really see someone pull Molly out in that spot. Like, step into the mind of, like, Net there. Net's for sure thinking, I'm playing on the A-bomb site. I'm going to stall the planner. And he's just fully tunneled into that mindset. That's another thing we see a lot in tier 2, to be honest. People not really giving themselves an opportunity because they, like, you know, don't want to be considered a baiter or, you know, something like that. And then they have a round that looks like this because they want to, like, I guess, conform to the game plan. When obviously it's like nobody really wants that decision to happen. I can completely understand how Net would get to that mindset in the round. You know what I mean? 1 off for Vice and Viper. CT side should have operator as well. Doing either a B long default or shower, getting one of those 2 ults. I mean, I'm pretty sure the B long Vice ult is actually pretty good. I haven't played a lot of Vice, to be honest, on this map. But I'm pretty sure if you're able to cross, this does... I mean, this shit looks ass, I'm not gonna lie. Bro, I really don't like Vice on this map. I'm actually a big-time hater. I think it's okay, though. This is okay. It helps your hookah player take an earlier timing as well. What's the alternative? Bro, this this ult is so... This ult is so ass. It's doing something. It's doing something. The fact that they can just stand back here, is this like a real gap? I wonder if it exactly looks like this in game. How is hookah ult? We can check it. The problem is the hookah ult's going to be slightly better, yeah, but you have to get the orb, right? So you're never going to take the orb, go all the way around, and then come back to hookah. And then also being here, it's like spammable deep position. But it is better. You are right. If you had it without the orb. But they'll probably go long and get the orb. I think if I was NRGA Academy, I would be calling to hard anti the orb. Like look for either a refight or some sort of opportunity surrounding the orbs. Also, net playing the crack again. Yo, Pete. Pete, do people actually play the crack? I feel like almost everyone that I watch, they play the off angle of like the walk into hookah. I haven't seen the crack, I think, in like actually a really long time. So like the setup from NRGA Academy is like 2 guys standing off angled, not even really in a setup at long. So that's obviously not ideal. I like this from B-Dog. I guess Pete left. No.
Watch out! I'm out of here. We're good. Last player standing.
I'm out of here. Gone here.
Sometimes I think Churv and Potato are the same person. They are 2 trolls. What up, Void? How's it going, bro? EGA Academy did get both pistols and a bonus round. Shout out to Boyded as well. Boyded is also a troll, yeah. We do have some dedicated trolls, don't we? By the way, did you hear that from Brimstone's POV because they didn't do the adjusted stim beacon that we talked about? He actually heard the audio, so he knows that it's a B rush.
Spike down A.
How's Vine looking?
Spike planted.
I think NRGA Academy's micro, in terms of like how they were playing attack, I thought was pretty good, but they were losing the rounds. But the macro from both teams has been kind of like not great, I think. It's been... Could be better. Could be a lot better.
Launching smoke. Molly.
I like watching these situations though. I feel like this is a lot...
One enemy remaining.
Like how they convert these rounds is kind of like more important, right? It's so funny to think about. Like macro is talked about so much, but macro, I swear, it really doesn't do too much to like... It does impact the result, but not as much as you'd think. So what you can do, this Brim stim that they did be long. This is actually good timing. Good shit, MC. Although MC did pause at 12, so a little bit sus. But this stim beacon chat, what you want to do is you want to pull the stim beacon away from hookah just a bit, because this player that's here can actually hear this ahead of time and immediately tell your team to react into A. If you hear this stim beacon, it's always going to be the same like 3 or 4 man push, and then you're just going to take the A space for free. So you have to adjust the stim beacon. Every team throws the stim beacon here, and it's actually heard by the hookah player here. But if you move it here, then it's not heard. So we would have our brim stand over here in the open and then throw it straight downward. 200 IQ, fake the stim beacon, yeah. Yeah. Happy to see you not only stream the VCT games, but also give some love for NA stuff. Yeah, I've been streaming tier 2 for pretty much like the end of last stage and this stage. Maybe early on macro is more valid. Yeah, I feel like people have just gotten better at the game. So people are naturally like... I think it's also just like a come to... It's like people are just starting to realize how important the micro is. I think the macro has always been kind of this level of relevancy, if I'm being honest. Like, micro has always kind of trumped macro. If you have a really good setup, like within even a weak side, or if they just have really good interactions across the whole team, it's just like micro is just nice. Why Weeded doing your rank tech? Do you hate me? What's up, Tony, if you even care? What up, Weeded? This is a pretty fucking money ult. Actually does send it. 2 insane ults for Shondex. Bro, honestly, the Waylay ults from this match are better than all of the ones we see in tier 1. I'm not kidding. Outside of the Primi one. The Primi one was insane. We so rarely see value on Waylay, chat. Bind does give pretty insane value to Waylay, though. Shondex is actually a walk-around abuser. Look at him. Look at him, chat.
One enemy
Beautiful.
remaining.
Beautiful. Would you say mid-rounding is macro or micro? Definitely macro. Definitely macro. Macro is anything that happens on the minimap. Micro is anything that happens like between players or as an individual. Like your decision making in the moment. Zerona full blind and smoke, 2K spray down, like what? Okay. Insta-wall short. Basically preventing the re-walk through short. Do we like that? Why do I feel like a shower wall would be kind of nice? I feel like prioritizing putting these on the walk down lanes, like these walls, probably pretty good. Honestly, short's pretty good. Wow, I've so rarely seen a team lose that crossfire that NRGA Academy just played. Looks like this is going to be converted. I've so rarely seen this lose. It just completely broke the crossfire.
Welcome to my world. Spike planted.
Didn't the defensive Viper miss the wall? No, this is a wall that they did from A. From U-Haul. What was the problem with the setup? I'm gonna go back and rewatch it. I was kind of like staring minimap. Oh, and my VR is overrated. You're such a troll, bro. You can go back and look at it. Not like we're doing anything else anyway, right? It's too much audio already. Like the spam isn't terrible. Jump spot gives audio. The setup is like fully exposed. How come they're like, if you ever get, did he get across silently? He did, yeah, because it's smoked. If you're gonna be in the setup, like it's a bait setup. It's definitely a bait setup. Like Giza should be baiting for the player that's cross. If they take timing, you know what I mean? Like, chat, they're taking timing through because Shondex is spamming and then he's reloading his gun. Like, this is like very clear like audio issue. Like extremely clear audio issue. Ospot's duelist son or Zelsis initiator daughter? Isn't that one pretty obvious? Like I have nothing against Zelsis, but it's like Ospos, bro. All right, let's see the other game. Oh, the other game is also on break. How did it go though? Let's find out. D1 versus Rose. 13-4. Damn. Ospot's daughter or we did son? We did. No offense, bro. No offense. No offense. How is that even a question, bro? How's that even a question? Anyway, crazy one-sided affair here. Lotus, no flashes, chamber, no Viper. Do people hate Viper? Why do people hate Viper now? Chat, they didn't change Viper. They didn't change Viper. How come teams have just dropped Viper on so many maps? Do you think mechanical tier 1 is significantly better than tier 2? No, not really. In some cases, you'll probably see like, well, not even in some cases, in a lot of cases, you'll probably see tier 2 players that have better mechanics than tier 1 players. Okay, chat. Actually, I can't even run an ad, so I can't run the ad yet, but we'll get some time. We'll run ads to make sure you guys don't get it during next game. People have stopped playing Vipers since I quit because they can't innovate like me. No ads, damn. You got to talk to us. No, like, trust me, guys. Like, bro, I'm not going to lie. My voice doesn't usually fully sound like this. I think it's because I've spent the last... How many days have I streamed in a row, chat? But I just keep... I keep talking every single day, nonstop for like 6+ hours a day. He low-key sounds fast today. It's the coffee, bro. You're catching me as I like just pretty much am drinking my coffee, so. Usually I'm I'm a yapper, but I'm not yapping as much. Not exactly as much. Got to get on the hot tea. I had some green tea for our APAC games. That's about it. More of a black coffee kind of guy. Should we just listen to these guys and then just see what they're saying?
North America, I'm Elizabeth Blended Dryad and Ash on the desk. And if you're just joining us, Division 1 put on a clinic.
I was feeling kind of lonely, no? We're feeling lonely, chat?
13-4. Not only winning 13-4, preventing Rose, Rise with Scarlet Empire Dryad from getting any round in the second half.
They look so dominant. I mean, towards the beginning as well. Even with the way the first 2 rounds
Is
started,
Liz
we
mod?
already knew it was going
Actually,
to be
no,
pretty
she's
dominant,
not.
to be honest.
But she should be, honestly.
Division 1. It was very clean game. This is
Oh
exactly
man,
what
I'm
we
gonna mess up.
expected.
I'm gonna
This
mess
is
up her
why this
name.
competition was
Oh
working
no,
for
no,
them.
no, no.
Yeah, I really like the way that they approach
Oh
it.
no,
This
oh
is
no,
why
no,
it's
no.
very
I'm not gonna
good
mod her
to
right
have
now.
a
Next time she
defense
joins the chat, I'll
defense
mod her.
towards A to create that
Because
space
Liz is
to
actually a
push through.
W.
If not, and if even on the other side, if Rose thought that
I'm guaranteed gonna mess up the name, by the way. No. I'm not even gonna try. I know it's Elizabeth Marchini, but like, there's an S. Is there an S? Is there a Z? Like, okay. Thank you for the copy pasta. I like you clarify from memory.
Yeah, the synergy was really nice to see. And I think on top of everything that Dan was just talking about too, I really liked how proactive we were seeing Division 1 be.
Elizabeth Martini.
When they knew
Nah.
we're gonna maybe do something a little bit more
I got it.
aggressive or have a little bit of a different look.
Her literal bio is Elizabeth with an S, Liz with a Z.
Division
Ah,
1 did a really
shit.
good job of playing
So I'm
that
actually like that guy, huh?
push and pull. We saw them get
I'm actually that guy.
towards that A site. after they showed that hand with
I'm
the
like
trap
breaking the
play,
rules type
they
shit.
ended up swapping it over
That's my
towards,
fault.
like, the C side of the map, and I think that with the way that Division 1 are playing here on Lotus, it makes me really confident in how they're going to look on Haven, because the way you want to play the map control on this map is very similar
Division 1 was
to
actually
what we're
pretty
seeing
nice
from
in their
Division
first
1
matchup.
here
Obviously, it
on
was against SAD. Obviously, it was against SAD. And we didn't really watch that game. But the rounds that we did watch against SAD, they were actually pretty nice. These guys are grinding, bro. Respect. Massive, massive respect. Look at how many fun havers we're playing, bro. There's so many matches. 22, 23, 25, 27, 28. Look at this. Bro, they're playing matches like every other day. That's crazy. I mean, they're probably like giving up a crazy amount of info in terms of like compositions and shit, but this is the type of grind I respect, bro. Why are you hating on SAD? I'm not hating on SAD. Just SAD had just made a change. If you remember, let me find the match. They had just made the change because of the Send German thing. I have full love for everyone, bro. I have full love for everyone. There's no team that I'm really like super, super negative on or anything like that. I just remember this was one of those times where like they had just slotted in paint and then D1 was actually like impressing. Let me speed this up. Isn't more matches as a team more valuable than exposing comps? It can be. It can be. It can be, but kind of depends if you have good takeaways or not, right? And also it depends on who you're playing against. Ads, dink donk. The problem is I have the you know how it says like you recently ran an ad, you must wait to run another? I have that right now. Commercial 60. Wait, I can type it in manually. I can type it in manually, but I can't. I mean, that's just annoying. I can type it in manually, but I can't click on the button in the stream manager. So I just did 60 seconds because that's what it says on the timer. You can sometimes run one manually before that message disappears. Should do 67 seconds. Too much, bro. EGA Academy Moobs, my hero. Moobs does seem like a nice guy. Whenever I see Moobs in ranked playing with someone, seems like a good guy. Moobs is a top 5 IGN. Yeah. What's your favorite pro IGN? Favorite pro IGN? I don't know. Favorite pro IGN? Man, I like the names that are like clean. I like the names that are clean. Like Meteor to me is like such a clean name. Yeah, like Meteor is like Faker in my mind. But I do have like a bias for like no numbers, short name, memorable. If you Google search it, like it's gonna probably show your name. So like Meteor is probably like gonna have to do a lot of damage in the scene to be able to overcome the astronomy. Search results. Okay, we are seeing a pretty standard comp on the side of NRGA Academy. I am slightly biased toward the NRGA Academy style of comp these days because I think that Vice on Lotus is going to be like pretty damn consistent. it's going to be pretty damn consistent. I think that every team is going to be playing Vice on Lotus. Therefore, wouldn't you rather just be playing Raze rather than playing Neon and trying to like find a way to get through it? I will say though, it is very possible. Man, when we played against Vice, it is definitely very possible to do the lurk smoke and be able to bait out the wall. So you pretty much have to do deep walls. Preds, good comps. I didn't even choose the outcome. Shibar. It's EGA Academy, that's okay, right? All right, we'll do a quick prediction. Who wins? Lotus. EGA, NRGA. We'll do a quick little 1 minute one. Boom. All right, predictions are up. Neon is so overrated. Neon was so good due to Yoru scaring off all the Senti picks. Partially, yeah. In the maps that you can contact a bit more, I think that the Vice doesn't really get much play anyway. For example, Bind. I think on Bind, it's a lot harder to justify playing Vice because just of the way that the like chokes work on the map. It's not easy to play like a contact position on Bind B long. Same thing with Short A. So in both cases, Vice kind of loses value, whereas like Split, Lotus, these kinds of maps, like you can't really bait out the wall very effectively. It is hard. I miss Vice Info Flash. I've said it before, chat, and I'll say it again. I think that it made no sense that Vice had an Info Flash. I'm gonna be honest. It actually made 0 sense. It just doesn't make any sense. What was like the reason, you know? It was like added benefit for sure. Added benefit, but like it don't really make sense, right? But look at a team like Global who are now leaning into Sentis, Deadlock combined. I think Deadlock is good. Deadlock's definitely probably pretty underrated. Even in this map, right? Lotus. You could argue that Deadlock is definitely better on attack than a Vice. And if you're playing with Raze as well, Deadlock gains more value. So you could easily slot in a Deadlock over the Vice for NRGA Academy. Find extra value. Find it strange teams have started opting into Vice to counter Neons when I feel like people first started experimenting with Neon as a counter to Vice walls. Neon's not really a counter, though, to Vice walls. Also, looks like we're paused here. I think it would be better if it gave info but no flash. Well, it's because the flash is bad, though. But to be honest, the flash does still create pressure. I think the way you have to play off Vice flash is the same way you have to play off Breach flash. You have to peek with the utility. If you're peeking while they're like flicking to dodge the flash, right? Then you're gaining value in your fight anyway. And if they're feeling pressured to keep their crosshair on you during the flash, then they get flashed. I think that dynamic is pretty healthy dynamic for Vice. I think Vice is actually in a good spot. A lot of people are very critical of like Vice flash not giving info, but in my opinion, it didn't really even thematically make that much sense. On top of like Vice flash is 0.5 audio and visual cue. So it's like probably one of the worst flashes in the game next to Breach. But ultimately, it still serves a very clear purpose. Wouldn't Yoru be the counter? Yeah, Yoru is the counter device for sure. I didn't like Deadlock on Split for NRG. What did you think? Yeah, it wasn't great. Apparently they walled themselves off too. That spawn push. I don't know. I think NRG was playing too passive. I saw FNS say something about NRG played pretty well. I think from a macro standpoint, they played like okay, but it's like the positioning is the issue. It's more micro. More micro, no? Furia did play extremely well, but Yoru counters all Sentis. Yeah. Yeah. Except for Sage, I guess. Sage was actually really good against Yoru. Any fast strat, we would just throw up Sage wall on split. And Yoru would just be so sad. Just standing there in ult, just staring at the wall. So like a lot of teams did this strat on split. Obviously we have time because we're waiting. On split, a lot of teams would do this strat where the Yoru like goes through mid with the ult. And then we would just insta-wall if we heard a Yoru ult. Because, like, if you're insulting, like, this wall is going to be good regardless, right? It either blocks the Yoru, or he gets to throw the wall to prevent a lurk, and then he comes back and refocuses on the B. Or he can use it to fast rotate A. It looks like we're live. Full noise cut here. The info is, we know Fade is B. I used it C. Do we think the I was useful here? Think that we needed this I? I feel like on pistol round it becomes less... It becomes more valuable to just contact around. The chance that you get multied is a lot lower, right? I think taking the fights into C mount is actually good. Now I, saving I for like the side hit. Make sure that's clear.
Spike planted.
I didn't know that fight. That is pretty funny though. Spawn space taken on the side of NRGA Academy. It's gonna be very hard. The sick angle. Giza finds value. Wow, bro. Giza's done more than his position asked. Damn, that's actually crazy. Yo, that's actually crazy. What the fuck? Giza's position, by the way, chat, is like pretty much you're guaranteed traded. Getting 3 from that spot is fucked. Actually fucked. Giza did crazy work there to ISO fights. It's actually really good. Some rounds really are just won off of one person's individual decisions. Because the macro did not benefit them here, by the way. The macro was actually actively like pretty bad. They only had spawn space, one guy inserted on site, and they lost all of this space in the post. One smoke completely GG's their whole post plan. I love this bulldog skin, but man, does it blow out my eardrums. Using the Prowler gives away the early tell once again that we're going to actually come here. You see the spams? They're using the wall spark, but Renz doesn't trust it, chat. Renz didn't trust the wall spark. He actually was trying to full clear it even though it was clear for sure.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Does Guardian Barrel get seen here? I would assume so. If a player cleared him from here. Wow, nice shot. Ranked, what would you say is the thing you should focus on improving the most? Not giving audio. If I was to give a blanket general statement, I already guarantee that you're messing up. It's you're giving too much audio. I'll say that that's going to be my new line, genuinely. That's genuinely. Not gonna lie, we don't see many Marshall buys in tier 1. We definitely do. We see a lot of Marshall buys in tier 1. Especially in APAC, you'll see a lot of Marshall buys. It's like, usually teams either have one Marshall player or like, he'll buy an Outlaw instead. The decision making should be Marshall if you know the enemy team likes to full classic second round. But if you know they like to like Bucky and Sheriff and this kind of thing, then you usually go Outlaw. Because that means, you know, Outlaw is good for that kind of round anyway. And then the round after the Outlaw will have guaranteed value. And then you want to just try to like put your Outlaw in a position where like you're finding the half armor guys. That's like kind of your third round game plan. If you do have an Outlaw. Like your macro should kind of match that. Double. No way they double peek. No, no, no. Don't double peek. Chat, that's pretty bad, I think. That's pretty bad. We can talk about how to make this play better. If EG Academy calls for a falling one-way smoke from their Omen, that round looks S tier as fuck.
Spike planted.
Double peek from the common angle is probably the lowest success rate strat you can have on this round. The walk around glitch claims another victim, chat.
One enemy remaining.
Every victim claimed. Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa. What's going on?
No button. Save the day. Easy.
Chat, if these players want to do this play, double peek on the common angle, they need to call for their Omen who is here to throw a falling smoke to support their peek. The round is high-key decided here. They low-key should have lost this round. They should have lost the round off of this 2-for-2 trade. I think it was 2-for-1 trade, actually, no? You're double peeking on site with your full vice kit, just bad, no? Well, the thing is, it's info. It's not the worst thing in the world because it's info. If you feel like they've cut noise C, you don't know if they're actually hitting C, and you want to like be sure that, you know, it shouldn't be an A stack, the double peek call it could be better, but my whole point is if you do it with a one-way smoke, once again, like the micro matters so much. If they do it with a falling smoke, they actually kill like 3 people for free. 3 people would have been sitting under that one-way smoke. If you sit AFK in your C setup, then your team's macro could be fucked, you know what I mean? Getting the info isn't necessarily bad. Obviously, you're playing past your setup, but it's not that bad of a decision. The blind doesn't get value. We're blinding, but we're not using it.
Spike planted.
Oh. The late trade is perfect there. I think he could have called the tuck too. I would want Pancakes to call tuck tuck tuck.
Player standing.
This interaction here at drop was really interesting, chat. Here, Pancakes the backline guy, right? Sees the player in front of him getting like absolutely fucking blasted. If he tells his teammate to tuck, they can actually have a high-low. If the people like force the swings into drop, they'll actually get completely roasted. The only thing that would prevent him from being able to play and drop is a raise nade. I like, though, that Pancakes, because the player dies and he's unspotted, he goes for a late trade. Because the enemy wouldn't expect a second player to come swing from drop if there wasn't an insta trade. Does that make sense? So Pancakes does catch like a late trade timing that ends up being good. But they easily could have turned this into a two-man high-low setup. Well, they're just reading a B only. Why did our C players leave? Why did our C players leave C? We pushed them off of A. We have deep info line A. Oh, wait, we used our thorns.
Spike drop.
Ay ay ay. Ay ay ay. Good night, Shekar. Have a good one, bro. No, we used our thorns. The wall wasn't even popped. Did they fake the TP or something? Maybe.
Shadows traveling.
There.
The jump spot here is actually good. I think that Jakey's Loki made it obvious, no?
Seconds left.
The fact that he didn't even peek the angle and he shot. And then he blinds nothing too.
I dropped the spike.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Grenade.
They know one player's going late because this wall just got tripped. Moves take first timing. Barrel shown through the wall. Makes it a very, very easy kill. Did you see the interview today between Platchat and Leo? No, I didn't.
Okay,
Did
I
not.
only have like 78 grenades left. Hopefully that's
Please don't act like you know what's going on. You don't even have a champs title under your belt. Seriously, man. My fault. My fault, gang. The last verse makes it obvious. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Really good interview. I will watch it after stream. Okay. Seeing the buy here. Any alts? We have Fade Omen ult. On this side we have Vice Neon Omen ult.
okay.
Net already has a kill in the round. Started round killing the jump spotter. Could be really good for content actually.
Toxin screen down.
Walk around glitch. So peaceful, chat. You hear the birds in the background and shit.
Take hold.
4v3. Site taken. Oh, it's Leo Faria? I thought y'all meant Fnatic Leo boring. Okay. 4v3. Bucky holding the spawn push. I mean, how often do we really see a spawn push past this angle? I think people usually just take like the actual like strafe fight and that's about it. W King through to a Bucky would be crazy.
Remaining.
It's good. Solid discipline. Nice shots from Shondex. Shondex has been getting some pretty insane kills. On Bind as well, had some pretty insane rounds. FlyQuest Leo would be the real interview. That's another Leo, yeah. Do you have any thoughts on the Pigeons VCL team?
Here.
Not really. I think I've only seen one of their games. To be honest, I've been watching so much Valorant, I don't even fully recall. They play next though, right?
Anyone have funds to spare?
Yeah, I don't really fully recall when we watched their game what I was thinking. I think it was against SRG, and I'm mostly, whenever SRG is playing, I'm usually focused on SRG. So peaceful, chat. You guys hear the birds? This is actually why I really like the walk around glitch. Stop and smell the roses, chat. Thanks for your response. I appreciate it. No worries. Why do you think some coaches, players don't think audio is important? I think it's just not, it's not mentioned and it's not really considered as like one of the more important topics. I think mostly people, when they watch the game back, they mostly look at macro utility, these kinds of things. But I think that more often than not, you'll notice that especially players like Leaf find almost all of his advantages through audio, like abusing really aggressive positioning and taking timings based on audio. Is it a coincidence that Zix sounds like Mix, the audio agent? You think they made it for me? Nah. Nah. Okay, Mound taken. No deep line started on Mound from the EGA Academy. Once again, like a little bit. They didn't start in the choke, correct, chat? I was like low-key kind of unfocused, but based on their position, I would assume that nobody started here. Nobody started here. Even if you wanted the off C, You'd rather have your Vice start in the choke, get pushed off, and then be passive opping C. Jakey's out of there. Did we see the Omen ult? Omen ult tree. It's pretty nice. The
Nightmare's over.
Did you guys see the Roomba? That's crazy. Bro, the Roomba was going like this. So he took timing and fully expected the Roomba to have natural pathing like this, right? Based on the angle. But the Roomba actually bounced off the corner of the fucking box and bounced back at him again. Bro, that's not even his fault. That is so unlucky. What the hell? Oh, B-Dog, no. B-Dog, turn around, no.
Enemy remaining.
That's crazy.
Here.
Okay, EG. 3 ults, low buy.
Here.
Hero rifle for Zerona. We want to find a way to get Zerona active in this round.
They are terrified.
We basically have one gun towards C, and then we have Neon ult toward A. Oh, they definitely could have ran them down here. Man, they could have done the ultimate combo. Fade Prowler, Omen's holding blind. You blind immediately off the Fade Prowler attach. Neon sprinting it down. Actually would have been insane value here. 10 stream streak from CGRS Cove. W, bro. Now they're going to go for the same play that we talked about earlier, but with no Omen paranoia. NRGA Academy. Walk around glitch. And I actually like it a lot. NRGA Academy is actually playing really well in the micro game. You see how they almost get a free ass kill? Like literally a free kill?
One enemy remaining.
I see that and then they immediately lose the round.
C.
Okay, but the entry into the site is good. Agreed? They almost got a free ass kill just contacting into C. Zinx lol. Yo, the amount of commands. You guys actually added really good commands. You guys actually added really good commands, I won't lie. The moderators are actually smurfing.
Here.
Fire in the hole!
I swear it's so hard to go into. It's so hard to go into breakable. Bro, the breakable off angles are so good. You can't get a wide swing off in like the narrow like hobbit door. And you can't jump through it either. So it just makes your trades like so hard. Chat, the amount of times that we've seen a multi-frag happen from this exact angle. I will say that I think this was Jakey, right? Jakey is a little bit more forward on the angle than what we're used to seeing. He's like about halfway through the room. But we see it so often, the player on the back wall here, just multi-fragging the people that are trying to flood through door. You could have waited, by the way. They definitely could have waited and done the combo like we talked about. Fade Prowler spots the guy. Omen Blind comes through. They could have made it cleaner, but a lot of people don't want to use their util like that on door, especially because the blind effectively could do nothing if they're playing close, right? They're playing close here instead. The blind doesn't really do anything. Literally, and if you go wide, you get fucked by every other angle, yeah. It's just really hard to B split.
10 seconds left.
I will say timings once again though. Timings, they could improve this. They could improve the timings of the utility. The Prowler is not even able to attach by the time that they're peeking and taking the angle. Definitely not ideal.
Satchel out.
Slay World. Thanks for the tier 1, bro.
Satchel
Much
out.
appreciated. Really good trap on the choke. Tether's on perfect timing. Completely stuffed the exec. Falling smoke into peak. Whoa. They gotta be careful though. When the doors open, they do the falling smoke peak. Technically, the people that are further away from the falling smoke is gonna have angle advantage. These players might have been one-waying these players if they turned around. Peek off contact with an operator. Makes sense though.
No charges.
In your opinion, what can be done to nerf the Judge Odin? I think Judge should have either more pullout time or, well, like shotguns in general should have more pullout time. I've said it a lot on my stream, but I don't think that people really dislike the thought process of like, enemy might have a Judge, so we have to be careful around like the choke and around like certain areas of the map. Like when you're playing against it and they're on defense. People are usually like fine with that. And I think that's good for the game. So like for me, it's like a lot the attack like dash plus Judge or Bucky or Shorty, like interactions. That is a bit more toxic to the game. And then Odin, yeah, I don't know. Their approach has been like changing map like penetration on certain walls. Oh, freebie. These are very risky ult on the side of Jake. Because usually the player is going to be front B. I'm pretty sure that's always audio range. Spam comes through.
Last player standing.
Gotta go.
B-Dog hasn't really been able to get too many like sick opportunities this game. What about Shorty nerf? Yeah, I think the pullout time on Shorty is probably just too quick. Once again, I don't think people mind if the enemy has a Shorty and they're playing like close to a choke or playing like, you know, hookah or garage or something like this. 5-second pullout time. I think like Shorty is like more of a problem with like waylay dash pullout time and then like insta kill. Or also like the quick pullout time, like when you just insta jump into smoke with Shorty. Have we seen a mix? We've seen a little bit. We've seen a little bit of mix. No spam from NRGA on the box. They did spam it, actually.
Spike down, C.
Shadows traveling.
One enemy remaining.
Wow. I like the mount trap. Mount trap's a good idea. Pretty sick. What a weird angle, bro. What a weird angle. The gritty goose. The gritty goose is such a crazy good emote. We actually got lucky with that one. See the buys here. No sheriffs on the side of NRGA Academy. They're the defending team against double sheriff. So we're looking for an EG walk around glitch. We are looking for those players to do a bit of walking. What up, Narukami?
There. There.
Okay, so immediately chat. Team from EG Academy. Here's Raise Fade. Raise Fade today. Not gonna lie, I think they could have waited out the orb and greeted the utility on C. If they weren't gonna take first timing and go through C. Actually, wait, this is their orb. They should have just contacted C. If you ever like hear this raise fade toward A. Whoa. We didn't see any of these kills. Looks like they just went out into A and just got absolutely destroyed.
One enemy remaining.
Vice is so strong in a neon chat.
Still waiting.
Pancake slowed the round down. You have 45 seconds. I like the walk into spawn here. Nice try, bro. Very nice try. These teams are really close. I actually agree. Pretty close in skill. Shondex has been having a game. B-Dog unfortunately hasn't really gotten any like super high value like spots.
Now we wait. Launching forward.
Main reason people don't like bandit is because it needs good skins. Bro, I think like the bandit feels so inaccurate because of the gun audio. I'm not kidding. Like the audio of that gun just doesn't sound like a Valorant gun. There's no way the anti-ego team sees this Viper Orb. Chat, is that a defense Viper Orb? I'm so confused, by the way. Is it a defense Viper Orb or an attack Viper Orb? Because that's usually where the attack Viper Orb goes.
Bring them down.
I haven't paid attention either time. I'm just assuming it's attack. Like, I can't believe they just walked up and just tapped the orb like that. Like, next to this orb. See, that's why we use different... That's why we use different terminology, chat. I just said orb twice. Now you guys don't even know which orb I was talking about. The Viper Orb or the ulti orb. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, tapping the ult orbs there is just like actually crazy. Like crazy decision. Viper Cloud? No, we call the Jet Smoke a cloud. Because that shit is actually literally a cloud.
10 seconds left. I got spiked.
My possible 50 stream streak got ruined by the 1 hour long Apex stream. Sag.
Sweet dreams, asshole.
Well, they end up converting it, but man, oh man. Man, oh man. That was a pretty troll round. There. Shondex one off. Okay, chat. If I am NRGA Academy on the bonus round, I'm definitely full dumping utility here and sticking this orb. Full dump the utility for the A fight. Try to stick the orb. Also, my cat just jumped on me. Alright, you're gonna have to... Orb denial is good. I like the win condition understanding from EGA Academy. Very early timing from Jake. Unexpected. Well done. Kitty? Yeah.
Last player standing.
It's this one. Clyde. She likes to be in my lap, but it's kind of like too distracting.
Planted.
I like, can't focus. I'm like very like flow state heavy.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Yeah, she is named Clyde. She. It's a long story though, chat. It's a long story. They're basically it was the Pac-Man ghost. To TLDR, how I ended up with a female cat named Clyde. Didn't know the gender.
One down.
Okay. Most important round here, chap. Fade ult on the side of EG Academy. Raze ult on the side of NRGA Academy. It's kind of like that, Ducky. Yeah, let's go. Important round. Whoa. Shit. Man, EG Academy really pushed them off of every single deep line. Man, that kind of is crazy considering that they got kind of stuffed here, that they still don't have this, you know? The fact that they don't even try to fight for this, like, this jump spot. Take, like, one jump spot risk here to get, like, the info if they've actually crossed or not. Even Fade Eye could come in, or Fade Prowler. Maybe they used Eye for the fight, though. I think they did use Eye for the fight. Somehow they ended up in the perfect setup, though.
Face your fear.
Wow. Walk around glitch. They actually walked straight into the site. B-Dog actually fully caught Omen off guard here. Pretty sick. Pretty sick.
Spike planted.
Is A the best site for Sentinel to set up on Lotus? No, but some teams really do have that philosophy to put the Vice over toward A to deal with the Viper wall. A lot of people just if they can't mentally pick up the gap like well, this like stairs gap, then they just end up putting the Vice wall here, and then they'll just play like that. But I had this as an adjustment sometimes, chat, where I would put my Vice wall here. I would tell my team off the timeout, put the Vice wall here if a team was punishing us on the lurks, but then I would still make them come back C and do like a regular setup just without the Viper wall. I can add that emote. Because we had a match, I think it was against Luke Show. I think it was against Luke Show. How many emote slots left? We actually have a lot. I think we have, let me see. We have 128.
There.
Okay, 2 hero rifles on the side of EG Academy. Or NRGA Academy, sorry. Deep C mound approach here. Deep C mound. What the fuck happened to the audio? He's gonna pop switch. Man, I would love to see this Omen blind. Deep smoke. Deep smoke here. Raise nade thrown into the corner. The smoke here basically only kills people in green. And only one person was really spotted on the cross there. Because you had majority of people here, wouldn't it be better to do a slightly deeper push? Nice attempt.
Spike planted.
What's green? That's actually, that's a good question. This is green. It's a call out that a lot of teams do because like in pro play you want to have like very specific call outs. This room is green. It's like very, very green, this room. So we just call this green.
My advice, don't get... I'm out of here.
Good pause. Good pause. Is EGA Academy really going to get a 2-0 here? They are on attack side with more rounds. And EGA Academy did have a pretty nice round, like contacting to C. I think if they keep putting their Vice A, like NRGA Academy is probably going to lose. I feel like denying the C space, like putting the wall A is to deny the lurk, but like letting the neon take C for free like that, no Vice utility is kind of crazy. Do you like being a head coach or assistant coach more? Definitely head coach. How's my boy Big Dog doing? He wasn't getting much value on defense, like either positionally or like he had to fight against the Raze ult, this kind of thing. But on attack you get to kind of dictate your own pace, right? So he's had like a full recovery. He was like what, 3 and 11? Now he's 10 and 12 shot. He's had some pretty insane rounds. Defense, he was like either always in the wrong spot or yeah, getting like ulted.
Toxins going up.
I heard that energy comms and they were saying stuff like green light, red light. Yeah, red light was something I made on EG as a concept. Just basically means it's noise cut so that people can kind of like visualize what's happening. And then also it plays red light for your flanks. Your flanks stop like trying to get active in the round. I guess they kind of like adapted that, started adding green and yellow, because I have heard that in their comms.
Spike planted. Bring them down.
One player in C-Link.
Toxin screen down.
So good by Jakey to never make audio here.
Enemy remaining.
Kill one and
Last
give
player
is so
standing.
sick. Good movement by Jakey, bro. Jakey's actually a wide swing merchant. Lego Michelle Obama. What a sick name. Thanks for the prime, bro. Much appreciated. Bingo means that you've seen all 5. Yeah, you've seen all 5.
Go, go, go.
Jake loves wide swinging. Yes, he does. That was good movement too. Like even if it wasn't Jakey, like the concept is, chat, if your crosshair is placed here, okay, and then you get surprised and your enemy's actually here, you shouldn't try to flick them. You should try to like sidestep because they're gonna have the advantage already. You should try to sidestep while adjusting your crosshair. That's what Jakey does well in that situation. You'd say bingo if there's only 2 enemies alive and you see both as well, yeah.
Poison orb emitting.
You can see the importance of audio though in that situation, chat. Jakey never showed himself, never gave audio. If Jakey shows in any position, it becomes 20 times easier for NRGA Academy to play the round. I would love to see a falling smoke into like a peak here, or like a falling smoke into a jump spot or something, like just to get the info. Tether nade is on really good timing here, by the way, chat. It's very good from NRGA Academy. They're getting full stuffed. Still 3 more here. They all have to go into the same line too. No flashes.
Last player standing.
Wow. I mean, it's just gun advantage, right? Gun advantage. Here, both on audio, so Net takes perfect timing. Like, chat, you can see the effect of audio. It's like, it's crazy.
Down A.
It's crazy. Like, you have enough time in the round. EG Academy can just like chill a bit, take their time, because they feel so rushed to take this early timing 2v1. It ends up completely botching the round. Well played by Net, yeah, 100%. But he also has the easiest job there for sure. He does play it well, abuse the timing. Maybe they didn't expect him to be so close. Maybe that was the factor, but this is why I kind of like stress this point on audio, man.
Cover going out.
The whole round is converted solely based on audio. Wow, Ange literally sits down both lurkers. And both lurkers, they're not even really playing off one another here. Why is one holding from roots while the other one is scaling? Imagine just a double scaling scenario and a trade happens. It's actually pretty good. I think that's the strength of the double lurk, right? Trade the player out. That is a very risky TP from Shaky. The fact that he even gets a kill there is crazy, man.
Enemy remaining.
Look at where our bomb is.
Have the spike.
Oh, he can pick it up. That was a red light scenario, chat. When the noise gets cut, and the person is walking around now, the players that are like closest to the bomb site needs to call red light, which means that if you have a flank, the flanker just holds. The flanker is supposed to hold in this situation. So if you ever like are in a ranked game, they cut noise, you just hold because this fight is way better for you. The fact that he's like caught in transition here while Pancakes just gets a good clean fight on him makes it impossible. Makes it impossible for Ange. I think it was Ange, right? Omen also made noise. Okay, well that's even worse, right? But even if there was no audio cue given, that's still the worst timing to take your timing. Audio helping here once again.
I'll find you.
One person tapped while the other one's full running. Well played.
Did they really think they could scare me? I'm out of here.
Net hero rifle. Do they just give it to Shondex and then just do something aggressive? Like an A fight, grab the Raise Orb? Maybe you can actually win. I think they should pass the rifle over, if I'm being honest. Pass the rifle to Shondex. They do full A fight with 4. Grab the orb. They can play retake C with the Raise Rocket. Pretty much. I mean, I think the EG Academy does a good job to deny that win condition by coming to A. Deny the orb for Shondex. Shondex still gets 1 is crazy, by the way. Didn't even have the hero rifle. See, this is a problem I have, though. Net's basically just holding a gap with a rifle. Imagine instead, like, Net's just jiggling for info, gets the front B info while Shondex is taking the 3-man fight toward A. This is just better, right? It's just better. I mean, value-wise, though, Shondex getting 1 for 1 while having Sheriff. Can't ask for more. You really can't ask for more from Shondex. They're just hard holding for this. Smoke denies their own info. The smoke denies their own info, right? Now they can't see this. This noise given tree
Face your fear.
gives them a bit of a tell of what's happening here. It's going to be a B hit, actually. Player in green.
30 seconds left.
Wall just went down.
Where are you?
Pretty good timing.
Welcome to my world.
Blind use for stall. A little bit of extra space. don't think Net has really gotten any action with the hero rifle yet. Wait, jump through the smoke, no? Nice. I like it. I like this interaction. Pretty good. I do like it. What team did you coach for? NRGA or 100 Thieves? There's NRGA in 2022, EGA in 2023, and 100 Thieves 24 and 25.
Match point.
Wait, which roster of energy did you coach? It was Som, Ethan, EU, Tex, Hazed. That was my first team. It was my first team in Valorant. The potential roster. The imagine if we tried roster. Yeah. Yeah, that roster. That's the one. My boy Hazed. I liked working with James. The funny thing is, I actually knew Hazed and Ethan from like 2016. Am I tripping or did you coach League? I did, yeah. I did coach League. I coached League of Legends from 2014 to 2021. So 8 years. Som, Dan, and Hayes on a team are automatic 0 trying. That team dynamic was probably the most fun team that I've been on, though. Like, in terms of, like, just every daily interaction, it was just so funny. Just every day was too funny. Why'd you swap games? Burnout. Burnout from League of Legends. League of Legends has a patch cadence of every 2 weeks, so you have to just do a crazy amount of work. I was working like 16 to 18 hour days. Valorant, in terms of work ethic, just way easier to manage everything. Did you have an FPS background? When I was a kid, when I was like 12 to like 16, I think, like 5 years or so, I was playing like only Counter-Strike. I was like pretty decent at Counter-Strike. Really good tank util by B-Dog. We saw a situation yesterday watching Lev. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago? I think it was yesterday, actually. Watching Lev where, I think like the immediate instinct to throw counter util, expecting the push, was something that even we saw that Lev didn't even do that perfectly. So for B-Dog to do that instantly, it was pretty nice. Also, wow, high-low on C gets money value here. I like that. I do like that. Insane.
30 seconds left.
How'd you get introduced to coaching? Were you a player before? I was like a pretty high-rated player in League. But I was playing like kind of gimmicky characters. For those that know League of Legends, I was playing like... I was like high-rated playing like Shaco. Like Shaco, Timo, Heimerdinger, like characters that either cheese the lane phase or like
10 seconds left.
Like pretty like heavy ganking characters. So I kind of knew I wasn't going to be like crazy mechanically good. Just lean into my strengths of like game knowledge and understanding. Oh hell nah. Sorry. Sorry guys. But you can kind of see the vision, no? If you use my like strategy rather than my mechanics. Bro, you guys see how I play ranked. Like, are you really that surprised? Like, those that have watched me play ranked, are you really that surprised to see that I don't really try? And I'm, like, not very, like, mechanics-based? Is collegiate actually a path to pro? If your collegiate team is good, yeah. Shaco Timo Heimer is the biggest fuck you champion pool. Okay, anybody that was there back in the day, there was, like, a TSM 1v1 tournament. Like a team solo mid 1v1 tournament. And there was like 2,000 plus applicants. I made it to top 16 playing only Heimerdinger.
Now we wait.
It's so funny. People were so mad to play against me. I cheesed out so many people playing only Heimerdinger. Beat out the wall. B-Dog takes first timing. Oh, they're actually trying to go through. I'd like to see a slowdown here just because it's like their Viper ult is gonna close. Oh, I like it from B-Dog. Wall, go across. We went for the greedy plant with no smoke heaven. Greedy plant with no smoke heaven is crazy.
Spike planted.
I think because of the spam lineup, by the way, everybody just plants in the middle ground now. Nice double peek.
Last player standing.
Whoa, whoa,
One
whoa,
enemy
whoa,
remaining.
whoa, whoa. Jakey went
Attackers
crazy,
win.
bro.
Out of my way.
Jakey went crazy. I mean, come on now. What up, Jakey? Nice map, bro. Nice map. 29-14. Know what I'm saying? Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is this? Wait, that's insane, actually. Wait, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Somebody do math for me. Vintage Jakey back. 15? Hold up. How many 4v5s are we winning, chat? That seems like a lot, no? That actually seems like a lot. Vintage Jakey is back. Jakey, I like the movement, bro. The movement is peak. Jake is so sexy. He took... Wait, yo, moves. Hold on. Hold on. Wait a second. Not going to read that one out loud. That was nice, bro. That was nice. Jesus, man. Deadly wide swings. I like, man, the fight. Man, I love seeing this interaction play out. How you played this fight. You expected him on this angle. He was wider than you expected. You took the extra step to adjust. Some chef's kiss shit, bro. That was very nice. Very, very nice. Bro, we don't have any Valorant to watch. The movement tech is too good. W-mans. W-mans. Yo, is that true? Is that true? What Lenny Bubba is typing in chat? I'm not going to say it out loud, but is that true? Wide swing merchant is what he called you. Bro, that was like every single time we would scrim Jakey, somebody on my team had to say it. They always had to say it. Man, this guy always fucking wide swings. So funny. It's actually too funny. The master of the pop and swing. So we're actually going to be like oinking for like 14 minutes, huh? Wait, do you guys know the terminology oinking or no? Because when I said that to my like Valorant team, they didn't really know what that meant and they thought it was like something else. 12 minutes of ads? I don't need money that bad. That sounds like some Boostio shit. Oh, it's actually not. It's actually a term from League of Legends. What's oinking? Oinking is, it just means like literally doing nothing. Like you're actually literally doing nothing. It was like a term that I learned from Sven. Like all of the League of Legends like EU players that would come over, they would always use the term oinking. Just like literally doing nothing. So basically meaning like we're just going to be sitting here doing nothing this whole time. Like we're really going to be oinking.
Has all the parts. You can see they're trying, they're making moves, which couldn't quite get over the finish line as Dan was talking.
Can watch Leo Plat chat if you don't want to yap.
For both these teams,
I don't know, I'm kind of a yapper.
it felt a little bit unlucky. Again, strength of schedule.
Are there scenarios in game and league where you choose to be oinking? Not really. Not really. You usually use it like if they're talking more so about like, I don't know. Let's say we're doing like a media day. Let's say we're doing a media day and we're just going to be literally sitting in the room because our next scheduled thing is like 20 minutes out. Then you'd be like, so we're just oinking for 20 minutes. Okay. Dre kind of looks like upset the league player. That is actually valid. Low key. They couldn't get a T-Dog pick? I guess so. Who ended up winning, chat? D1 with 2-0 or what? D1 2-0. Bro, is today going to be a fast day? Is today going to be a fast day? We've got 11 minutes for this match. Dynamic and Calamity are nice. I saw Dynamic playing a ranked game yesterday. He was kind of frying. Nobody cared about the coach interviews in Laldo. Bro, you know one thing I will say? I think that one thing I've noticed. You know, in League of Legends, because I think Pedro does a great job with interviews. In League of Legends, the interviews from Travis Gafford were so insanely watched. Like, there's so much insight in all of these interviews. It's crazy to me that like a lot of these interviews only get somewhere around like 1K views. Like Travis Gafford within the League of Legends scene. Obviously, League of Legends peak for LCS was pretty incredible. Like, really insane. Let me see. For League of Legends, it was insane to me. Like the maybe I can go to popular. Let me see some of the interviews here. Most of these are like actual content. This is an interview 8 years ago, 323K. I'm a cutie pie interview. This is okay, this is like obviously not just a regular interview. Trying to look for some post-match interviews. Yeah, like here's another one, 239K. Like I swear within Valorant, people just don't care as much about these interviews. Every now and again during a finals, maybe one gets like pretty fucking up there. And like, look, this is probably one of the more peak ones, right? The truth will always come out in the end. Like, this is like probably the most hype one. Like one of the most hype ones that can happen. And it's at like 38K views. It's crazy to me that people just don't care as much, I guess, about the interviews. League is way more popular now. I don't think. I mean, okay, to be fair. Okay, Derek would probably know the numbers better than I do. Derek, what was the peak viewership like in the old NALCS? Like a CLG versus TSM, regular season. What was like the peak of that kind of match? Why do I feel like it was like 200K plus for like a regular season match, by the way? I think it was like 250K for a regular season match, chat. Imagine that we pull up to a regular season Sen versus 100T. Sen versus 100T, and then you just see on the main broadcast it says 250K, and this is happening every weekend, by the way. And then the worst viewership you'd probably see was like what? Maybe like 120K, 130K for like the bad matches, like the two like bottom teams. So I mean, to be fair, that is like a crazy level of viewership. I don't think we've ever seen that in Valorant, right? Unless it's like literally like a big tourney.
And on now, especially the ultimate too, and I feel like Huz is one of the ones that has a better understanding.
Explaining
of
old
it.
TSM versus C9
really
LCS to
like,
someone who
and
never
I
got to
really
experience
want
it,
to see more
heartbreaker.
of the Phoenix, and more of this double duelist, because that is the biggest difference between them and the other side is you have a double duelist.
Yeah, it's like all of these people that are working extremely hard, doing great content. Pedro does great work. Sage Dotwin was another one that people were shouting out as well. Does absolutely amazing work. Some of these do pretty well, but the others, like, you know, there's like some of the more like dramatic ones, I'll say, obviously do a bit better. But it is kind of crazy to think that just people don't care that much about these interviews, surprisingly. I'm not going to lie, chat. Coaches love watching these. There's two types of content that coaches love to watch. If I was playing Sen, I would be immediately watching this. If I was playing MIBR, I would be immediately watching this. Players and coaches give away a little too much in these interviews. I'm not going to lie. Also, this is crazy. I didn't even watch this interview, but just this headline alone, kind of unlucky. Getting back on watching interviews, I'll catch up. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely good. And you have Boaster doing VOD review TikToks? do you think it's attention span? Attention span has been killed or what? Some interviews do good in short form content. Yes. I have noticed that actually. 192K. Like more focus on like one question. I think Pedro's had some pretty big ones too. I mean, to be fair, shorts is actually like a pretty insane like viewer amount glitch. 14K, 21K. I know some of the ones that he was doing during Santiago was actually like pretty massive. 35K for the Timotino about Waylay. That makes sense. That's like a good opinion one. And we can just sort by popular, no? 806K. 652. Shorts views are like 3 times inflated. I mean, that makes sense. I'm not going to lie. Looking at my own viewership, it's like, 25K is my best on a long form. As low as 1.5K on my like newest one. Like this is like a new format I wanted to try. Obviously it hasn't been working out very well, but that's chill. And then shorts, it's like, bro, my shorts actually get so many views, chat. I have like one that has 1.4 million. Pretty crazy. You say a little known fact. There you go, bro. Do not a little known fact. What else do I say? Your shorts are good though. Thank you, bro. This one makes sense that this is the most popular one. The amount of people that didn't know about this is kind of crazy, no? Like we just aren't looking at the wall. Like chat, we're really just not looking at the wall, seeing this massive spark on the wall. I thought it was very interesting you chose the plat VOD review to turn into long form. See, my angle, here's my thinking, Tam. My thought process was all of my content is kind of catered to people that like watching pro or people that are pretty high level, if we're being honest. These are pretty specific high elo concepts. So my thought process was I'm going to try to do like a lower rank one as my first one to kind of see if branching out would be beneficial to like, because there's a lot of simple concepts I kind of go over in this one. Maybe the title could be better. Maybe the thumbnail could be better. I didn't really... I mostly leaned onto the editor for the thumbnail, and I did change the title myself, but maybe the title could be better. Make a short with us right now live? Nah. Fractured Lotus Breeze for this matchup. Kind of sad we don't get to see the veto on this stream. Let me change the title if we haven't already. XG versus QoR. There we go. A lot of low-rated players watch pro. You have the right targeting? Yeah. Yeah. I do have, like, for context, chat, because I know a lot of people here are new. We have, like, 250 people here today. When I was streaming around, like, what was it, chat? Maybe, like, 40 average viewers, something like that. We were doing casual coaching, like, subscribers primarily. Some that were not subscribers. If you guys are interested in that at all, you can check out the Discord. But we were doing some ranked VOD review. And this is one of the lower elo ones that we did, which was Platinum. Most of the ones that we did, chat, was around Immortal rank or Tier 2, Tier 3 kind of level. So if you guys are interested at all in that, then those would probably be good watches. If you're curious how to find it, playlist here, and then the stream VODs here. Coaching Theory Crafting. This has all the streams that we did of that. But some of these I'll definitely be looking to turn into content over time. I think we'll turn these into long form. We'll kind of see how it does as a format, I guess. Coaching that console plat was some of the funniest content I've ever seen. You were just stunned at every part of console Valorant. Bro, I'm not going to lie, like, I was not at all expecting a console player to ask for coaching. But that was pretty cool. Pretty cool regardless. Can these C2 players record their own perspective from these matches, or is it not allowed from Riot? Yeah, they can do that. All right, we have 1:50. Chat, I'm gonna run 3 minutes of ads so that we don't get it during the game. Thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. This brimstone makes makes fights harder. Yeah. A lot don't because of the risk of impact on their performance. True. I would love to see a tier 2 player get their VOD reviewed. I did have like some options that are kind of like that. A lot of tier 2 players do talk with me about that kind of thing. Mostly private though. Mostly private. I've only ever taken on one client though. Only have one person that I have been coaching individually. Victix is playing Fracture. Yeah, we do have like 30 seconds, I guess. A little bit of min-max. Okay, I like to see the Victix comp though. I think this is one of the first times we've seen Breach Teo as of recent. Mostly we've been seeing like double duelist Breach or double duelist Teo. Wonker has a video where he VOD reviewed a scrim from an EGA Academy player, yeah. Is your client doing well in Challengers or not? I don't want to give it away. My answer would give it away immediately. If they want to say that they're being coached, then you know they can do that. We tried this with a veto, but settled on the cipher. Wait. Huh? The timer went up. Chat. It's Jack, isn't it? No. No, I won't be giving any hints. I won't be giving any hints. If they want to say that they're getting coached individually at times, they can do that. I'm not gonna say. Here's the thing, chat. Here's the thing that we have talked about this before. We have talked about this before. It's not you, chat. It's not you. I don't want to be in a position similar to Minis where it's like because I'm like the known person in this case, it's like I'm getting too much credit for like not that much that I'm doing, you know what I mean? Individual coaching obviously can be impactful, but it's like one of those things that every single like decision that person would make from then on, it seems like it's like a decision of mine. It's like, it doesn't really work that way. You know what I mean? You're coaching Bonkar. What the fuck? All right, I'm going to go watch Evictus. Good luck. Have fun. Peace out, bro. We will be watching QoR. I'm excited to see QoR. QoR has always been one of those teams that we've been watching, chat. Has a lot of good talent on this team. Kumi, Note, Flya are obviously the three that most people talk about. Flya because he was doing a lot of the work during the coaching. Kumi and Noted are kind of like the, I'll say, somewhat rookies. And then Derek and Moose are more like the known quantities that are pretty consistently good value. I'm very interested to see. Remember, chat, we were pretty critical of like the identity change. Kind of curious to see if they swap to a double innie. I think it'll look way more comfy if they do double innie on a lot of maps. They did swap away from double innie. I think this Lotus comp fits them pretty well. Haven comp should be a pretty good match for them. Breeze, they probably felt more comfortable to run double duelist after this Breeze where they stomped pigeons. But realistically, chat, it's like, is this really what you should be running with this team? Is this really what you should be running with this team? You know what I mean? Dude, this timer keeps going up. Am I stuck in a time loop? Man. Okay, we'll watch this until we get there.
Koof really has no reason to do more than
Looks like Pistol was one on the side of Ku. We fuck with Dre, by the way, chat. Dre's in the chat. Not right now, but usually. T-Dog's in the chat a lot too. T-Dog's a W mans.
Yeah, they know how much they can wall off the competition if they're not present for it. But the
Unlucky.
second you step back out into the wild, there's no telling what's going to happen to you, especially with these.
This
safe
position
guns.
is so exposed to everything. This could be either insane value or terrible. Ends up being terrible, unfortunately.
That Skybird might actually end up taking him over. 3 HP. Gotta be careful of anything that's
Two different T-Dogs, right? I always get this wrong.
Right beside you.
Is there two T-Dogs, chat? I only ever have known the one. Unless you're talking about B-Dog or something. Shadow casting W? True. Shadow's a massive W.
Continue that.
Bro. Oh, I found it, chat. Wait. Yo, chat. It's me. Oh, he's explaining LOL CLG TSM 100 Thieves. It's... Damn. Goat. Goated. Oh my gosh. I'm in a good place. This is how you know you made it? The Clippers getting you? That's actually sick, bro. That's so sick. I'm gonna send that to my wife, actually. Hold on, chat. Give me a moment.
Out of charges.
That is fucking cool. Very cool. You were married, yeah. 32. See? Look. Ring. Proof. I have proof. Alright, lock in, chat. Breach.
Right here.
Silver breach. I like it, though. Double initiator. Breach has some okay value on this map. Wearing a ring is proof. Lol. Yeah? When are you going to introduce the kids to Val? We don't have any kids right now. Put a ring around my wallet, call it my wife. Yo, what is this bar? We're dropping a bar mid fucking map. Okay. We are seeing the double innie. I'm not gonna lie, Breach, insane position here. Fighting for Mound, great stun line. Fighting for this, great stun line. Fighting for this, great stun line. There's a lot of good stun lines for Breach. Oh shit. 2 for 2 is kind of a miracle, low key. A lot of audio from Kumir. They know there's 2. They know both are water from the audio. That's why audio is hard, chat.
Last player standing.
Audio is such an important focus. Wait, Atlas was in chat, guys. Atlas was in. He was in chat earlier. Preds my Zix. I must gamble. I'm sorry. Sorry, I missed it. No Preds for this one. We kind of like instantly ran through into the game. Is there an observer for this game? They didn't switch at all? I have no idea. Ice Chest was saying that he thinks it was an auto observer the last time we were watching on this stream. All of T2 is your chat? Okay, you're not wrong. Who are you rooting for? I have probably like a slight bias toward QoR. Actually, Wildfire is also a chatter. I've seen Riker in chat. I've seen Atlas in chat. Definitely seen Flya. Definitely seen Kumi. Definitely seen Moose. You're actually not wrong. Pretty much all of tier 2 is in my chat. Bit of an anti-eco. Trip has the A push. Chamber has the B push. Everybody else holding for the C aggro. When you play against Breach chat, it's very, very important that you expect the trap and refight plays. I like the silent stack here. Silent stack here is very good. Looks like we have a double peek here. We're mostly looking to trap this section here. What I will say, we've talked about this a lot. Having one person in a position to kill a scout is very important. In this case, Alliance Guardians isn't really going for like the typical 4-1 where the one person is scouting hard. It's actually a 3-2. The two have gotten a lot of info here. Surprised to not see them come back. When you get this much space, chat, like you would imagine that everybody would come back expecting that it's completely open. Big risk in the round, by the way, going
30
for
seconds
this
left.
kind of movement in case they are silent stacking. Usually you would send one scout into like the most aggressive A take, you know what I mean? Okay, that's a little funny by Atlas, I won't lie. I'll be honest, that's a little funny.
10
It's a
seconds
W
left.
tether.
Spike planted. Where are
I wonder if Flya had drill. If Flya stun drilled, prevented plant, this might be a flood opportunity for QoR.
recon? One enemy remaining.
Oh, no, oh my god, bro. I thought the double hold was gonna come here. They do have pressure to get on spike, so I kind of understand why they were like running to the spike like that. Man, this is like a little too much. This is a little too much. I feel like when you have the fade here, fade should save utility to scout out the site with the util. These players would usually be just one guy scouting into the A space, trying to like spot, basically acting as like a body initiator. Kind of the best way to put it. A lot of like macro issues here on the anti-eco. A lot of macro issues. Did they think the breach on C meant the stack was there? Definitely. I think that if they saw Cypher towards C, they would probably read into it. The space at A plus maybe seeing the breach at C kind of made them think that it was going to be a trap. Pretty good calling on the side of QoR if that was... It felt intentional, so... Very good. Very good by QoR. And at the same time, could have been way better for Alliance Guardians.
Toxin screen down.
Here.
one enemy remaining? Long.
Well played. What do you think of Sen's new roster? I mean, they were playing with a sub, so we'll just give them the benefit of the doubt for now. They obviously didn't look great. Jonah P probably had his worst performance. He did allude to some tech issues. I think just chalk this week. And just, you know, hope that next week's better. I'll have stronger opinions next week. It's kind of my way of putting it. Okay, most important round here, round 4. Op in play for Kumi. Riker has the Waylay ult. Let's see how they can use Waylay ult to convert the round. Okay, chat. You didn't see Opper at A. You didn't see Opper on these B lines. You can safely assume the Op is probably either passive line B or playing C off of process of elimination.
Spike down B.
Waylay ult with nobody taking the space is kind of a question mark for me.
Spike planted. Shadows traveling.
They're very slow to take the space.
Last player standing.
This is hard. Have to get active though. Nice try. Can we get some play-by-play casting? Nah, can't do that. I'm not that guy, bro. I'm not gonna lie, my early days in League of Legends, I tried to do a bit of casting. There was like some tournament as well in like I want to say 2016, 2017, like a tier 2 tournament for a league that I also tried casting again, like just for fun. It's just not for me, bro. It's not for me. Note is going to drag this team to the victory. Definitely possible. Note has the talent for it. 16, 17. Nah. You can't make the connection like that.
One enemy remaining.
Was the stun for
Spike
door,
down A.
and that's why the Viper got hit.
Toxin screen down.
kind of hard to tell based on the observing. Do you think the Sova over Fade is to help Neon is worth it for core? It does match their comp pace, yeah. You obviously lose stopping power with the tether. You also lose Prowler clearing tree. You also lose Prowler clearing this. It's like you basically gain in long range. I think it's Fade is definitely better on the map, but every time I've seen Sova, it's actually done pretty well. So I don't hate Sova, but I definitely do think Fade is overall like a general better character on the map. Not gonna lie, if I had a prediction for this map, I would definitely, at least based on these rounds, be putting core pretty high. You would see Alliance Guardians comp though and say that probably they're more happy to play defense. Yo, try to keep the player flame down to a minimum. Obviously, if you're new here, it's like I definitely have like a heavy priority on trying to make sure that people don't have like fucked up narratives or like they're over like pointed to negatively. Like players are humans trying their absolute best. It's important to realize that. Humanize people a little bit more. Don't lie and say like, you know, GMD is him if he's 1 in 5, but you know what I mean? Like being critical of somebody's gameplay and talking about their strategy is different than calling someone bad. Know what I mean? Like GMD's spacing is bad. GMD's positioning is bad. Make sense? There's a clear difference there.
Poison's off. Toxins going up.
Is GMD the caller for this team?
Toxin screen down.
No, you're good. By the way, I also don't blame people for saying things like that because it's kind of natural based on how like the Valorant scene is that you would kind of like end up going into that kind of language. But just kind of want to set the precedent now. That's why I'm not like timing anyone out, banning anyone, anything like that. It's jerk? Okay, W comms. This trip is meant to be a kill trip. But Moose is aware of it. That's why he's kind of holding the off angle. Just gets punished by the walk around glitch. Well done. Good walk in from Riker. Drill does deny the plant no matter what here. Unless you were doing the mound plant. Wow, GMD's timing is perfect here. The entry on C was pretty much everything in this round. Brought all of the attention towards C. The double lurk gets value through B. Well done. You guys are so troll. Is that for the Waylay dash? It's probably some version of like preventing the top site dash, but also just being harder to kill as a trip, right? Okay, I take my word back. W cast chicken. W. We fuck with the development, bro. Character development. This orb chat is thrown to counter the one way. So I low key, well, to counter the one way, but also to make this player that's in the C choke not feel as comfortable to jump spot the line because you can get, you know, either one of the wide angles. Okay, so Chad, you actually see AXGs abusing the tech. They're not clearing the box because the wallbang spark didn't show up. WAXG, bro. Wallbang spark abusers. We do see double kill trips on the side of QoR. I will say, these trips, you can use it as like an activation for the breach ult when they get broken. The kill trips are not usually that good. Won't lie. Whoa!
One enemy remaining.
Yo, Moose is crazy for that play, by the way. Do you feel like the Viper is overused and not played well? It's hard to not play Viper well, I'm gonna be honest. It's hard to not play Viper well. You just put the wall up and it creates pressure. Do you prefer Cypher over Vice on this map? No, I think Vice is better. But I will say, when I'm playing a QoR style comp, chat, and we don't have a Viper, but we still want to Senti, because they're playing double innie, right? I think Cypher has a good use case here. When they swap to attack, you'll see this cage on the cross a lot. Alongside, Moose is like a Senti player, generally. So he actually really fucks with Cypher. My critique here is I think that more of these kinds of info trips are better than the double kill trip that we saw last round. Just because, like, AXG has already shown that they're willing to walk into site. So the kill trips won't really get value. I feel like teams don't play well in Haven. That's valid. That's a valid take. Like, the wall doesn't... They don't let the wall get value. Yeah, and on Haven especially, it does matter more that you let the wall get value. On Lotus, it matters a bit less. Lotus, just the pressure of the cross and denying the jump spot angle. Pretty much enough most times with Viper in your comp. Double swing from core is money. Good spams on the side of core. Once again, the counter is just planting in the middle somewhere. If you plant fully in the corner, you'll get spammed insta. Well played, core. Is my phone ringing or yours? Is my phone ringing? My phone wasn't ringing. That was probably you, bro. That was probably you.
An injured dog bites hard. Careful.
So a comfort pick and the cages create... Or cages get value creating pressure on the lurks. Got you. Yes. Yes. So Vice is good, and Vice will be better on defense probably even than Cypher. But... on attack is kind of where the value changes. I really like core. Could see them being a team to make champs. Yeah, I mean, them losing smoke I think is a pretty big hit. Made a lot of their comps like less plug and play than the style that they were playing. But they're a smart team, bro. They'll find a way to make it work. They also have some pretty insane individual talent. What up, Born? How's it going, bro? Not a fan of this dog, I won't lie. There's a lot of, like this tree space I think is very good dog value. Using it for this space that's easy to contact, I don't really like too much. Audio gives GMD a timing error. I like it. Gives angle. It's good decision making.
One enemy remaining. Back.
It's a bit of a one-way angle because it's heaven. Whoa, Riker. Riker finds perfect timing. The only way for Fly to win, chat, is by not showing. Mathematician, morning, bro. 5 stream streak, massive W. It's like the fourth time Omen played that spot. A lot of people do like playing top of that box, especially against the Viper, so you can see over it. How does the Challengers team make champs? So there's 3 regions, NA, Brazil, and LATAM. The top 1 from each region plays against the bot 4 of NA in playoffs. I guess it's called play-ins. But there's also 1 wild card. So like the second best team from these 3 regions is the wild card team. So they're inserted into playoffs and then they have to get top 2 in playoffs. So it's extremely hard, but it's doable. And there is a lot of talent in tier 2. So there's definitely a world. Definitely a world. But I'll say NA is probably one of the hardest regions to overcome and get top 2. Good sound. Spike sound Q-tip. Thank you, bro. Viper dead?
One enemy remaining.
Oh.
One enemy
Atlas.
remaining.
Woo. Nice try, bro. Nice try, nice try, nice try. Low-key, Atlas was like crazy favored in that last fight. The other 2 fights were the hard fights. That was the easy one, low-key. Atlas actually almost had that. Can you do Preds if the score goes? Wait, by the way, is it Preds for... Wait, there is Preds. No, it's for EGA Academy versus NRGA Academy. Oh my god, hold on, chat. I gotta cash that shit out. I've been low-key slacking today. Okay. Yeah, that was your last game. So we've lost a round already. Well, that sucks. Complacent after being blessed with mods? You're 100% right, by the way, Groundhog. I went to bit autopilot. That's on me, though. That's on me.
Dropping spike.
Have the mods been fired? No, no, no. No, no, no. I should always be doing it anyway, and then if they do it, then I'll thank them for it. Did you get offers for this split in tier 2? Yeah, I had a few offers for tier 2, but it's just hard because tier 2, especially if it's unsalaried, is like unsalaried or like unlivable salary. I would rather be doing content, right? Keeping my narrative solid. Tier 2, it's kind of hard. If you are a tier 1 coach, you go to tier 2 and then you don't do well, you're kind of cooked narrative wise. And coaches' narratives, unfortunately, are really important. I like that from GMD. That's actually good tech. Jerk watched your spike drop hug tech. Oh, did he do it there? He actually might have. There's a chance. I really like the fake molly. I think GMD should stay in that zone, though. Doing a full rewrap kind of sold him a bit. Because now they think that he just pushed heaven. The lack of noise, though, is very good.
One enemy remaining.
Wait, give the angle, no? Oh my god. Very ballsy from GMD, but... Well played, bro. Look at you guys.
Last round
Saying GMD is bad. Nah, I'm just playing. You guys owned it. You owned it. Respect. Respect. Respect for owning it, honestly. Respect for owning it from Cass and then accepting the change. W. Okay, we are seeing a snowball tier. Do you think next year with the changes that there will be quite a bit of upsets? Yeah, probably. Do you think the usual good franchise teams will dominate? Well, I do think they'll dominate, but I do think that there's going to be a lot more opportunity for new orgs to enter the space. More like resources invested. It's pretty cool to see. You'll see like less teams that have like no coach. But you probably will see like, just in general, more teams, at least hopefully. That's the vision, right? Chat, when I first came to Valorant in 2022, before franchising, and I was trying to find a team to join, I cold emailed, I think, 30 teams. The fact that there was even 30 teams in NA is kind of crazy, you know? Of those, like, I think it was maybe I'm exaggerating with 30. I think it was maybe more like 25, but somewhere around 25. I think probably somewhere around 5 got back to me.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Wow, nice shot, Derek. Very nice shot. Walk around glitch, see OP it is. Any tier 1? Yeah, that's how I got onto NRGA. Do you send resume or something? I sent resume of my past, plus I would do VOD reviews. I was like saying basically I'll do a VOD review of your team to like show my competency. That was a funny time period though, obviously. A lot of people in that scene at the time was very Counter-Strike pilled. So if you didn't have a background in Counter-Strike or FPS, let's just say you weren't getting many conversations then. I think nowadays people kind of understand like the value. Noted holds angles well. He is a bit of an off-angle merchant. He's very good on the off-angle.
Bring them down.
Audio given. Good double clear on the B lurk. Are you gonna coach again? If I get an opportunity, yeah. If I get a tier 1 opportunity, that makes sense. 100%. Honestly, I would take probably any tier 1 opportunity, literally. Well, I don't really want to move to EMEA if I'm being honest. I haven't heard many good things about Berlin, but... And then relocating is also kind of an issue at times. Okay, let's focus up. Note ends up getting perfect value on blind. Does he throw one-way smoke or no? Nah, he just takes the fight.
Excuse me, I'm working.
What about China? I think the only problem that I had with China, if I'm being completely honest. Also, don't look at the score and don't reverse it. I actually really loved Shanghai, and the studio that they play in is amazing. But my stomach, I don't know if my stomach could handle China. I have like a very specific like I don't want to say a very specific diet, but like I have like a lot of foods that are kind of like trigger foods for my stomach.
Right there.
Shanghai is sick, yeah. Shanghai is amazing. Who do you think winning this map? Probably QoR. Probably QoR, but Alliance Guardians comp is a bit better on defense, to be fair.
Gonna fall back here.
Stun for A-Link. They didn't take the space though, chat. So they didn't get the outlaw. The stun needs to come with the follow-up. Chat, do you guys know about do you guys know about Jarvan in League of Legends? I talk about this concept so often with my pro players. This is the equivalent of like Jarvan ulting people but not having any follow-up. You need your teammates to have better spacing to follow up off the stun to be able to make this stun valuable. This stun was insane by Flya, but it's low value because the players can't actually take the space and grab the gun. If they were able to get this outlaw and reset with the space, it's money. Didn't they get counter omen blinded? Did they? Okay, maybe that's valid then. I didn't see the blind. They did? Okay, then I'm tripping then. Then I'm tripping. Then I'm tripping. That's my bad. My fault. Caught. The idea still stands. Because, to be fair, they could have been closer on stun timing. Because I was thinking, like, will we see majority right now, right? We'll see an Omen Blind go into Breakable. But the Breach Stun value is actually pretty insane. The Breach Stun into Breakable is actually one way to, like, guarantee deal with the angles and take space. Nocturnal, Graves W. Fair enough. They got countered, bro. We're gonna see a trip getting broken here. Turned into a fake. Cypher will kind of know that this is fake as soon as he doesn't see this timing, right? The player isn't going to break that trip and then do nothing here, right? Most likely go back. Open door. Now that pretty much confirms it. Oh, GMD won the duel. Wait, GMD actually won the duel on flank. That's big pressure. Yo, Loki Core's a bit cooked. These fights are not favorable.
Last player standing.
Bro, GMD. GMD massive, by the way.
Toxin screen down.
That is tragedy for Core. Bonus converted?
Gun here.
Did you ever call ISO all Mordalt? No, I didn't. Flya? Flya pause. You notice, chat, Flya does call a lot of this team's pauses. It does kind of make sense though, right? He was literally like kind of the coach last year. Or last season, I should say, last split. M80 unleashed something in Derek and GMT. Whoever shit talked GMT woke him up. Actually true. Somebody poked the sleeping bear, bro. Shouldn't have done that. Should people smoke B heaven? Like bind A, heaven cover the smoke, the whole right smoke. There isn't really a gap for people to play that makes it matter as much, and people will always swing out this side. So I think the current smoke that's being done deep is still fine. Because you don't really ISO anything if you're standing here, right? Maybe there's an argument to be made that you could maybe ISO this. The player here will still see your gun barrel though. If the smoke isn't placed, you know, if it is placed completely flush. I don't know. I don't think I've ever really thought about it because it hasn't really impacted us in a round. There may be something there to optimize though. Might be a fair point, mathematician.
They found my trap.
Go, go, go. There.
Core has been very clumped today. They are on an eco round, so it does make a little bit of sense. In the other round, they were also pretty clumped. Ooh, kind of early on the peak, given the smoke timing.
I know exactly where you are.
Breach stun comes out with no value. Nobody playing on site though for it to matter. This is an important duel. Not really anymore. Wildfire wins it anyway. And another thrifty. Another thrifty. What do you think of teams playing breach comp still? As long as they have like good intent and they play it well, then I've never really minded.
Teleport's ready.
I think the map has to make sense for it too. Lotus is probably like a B tier breach map. It's not great, but it's not bad. What do you think the reason is for Core picking Silver over Fade? Probably matching Neon's pace. The problem with Fade, right? You throw a Prowler for Fade or for Neon, you outrun the Prowler. What's a top tier map? Fracture. Fracture is S tier for Breach. Wouldn't a Viper get more value than a Breach in this comp? It's just team identity, right? I think team identity matters so much. A lot of teams that innovate in reality are just kind of playing to their team identity. In this case, you can see Moose is a very good Cypher. Derek's a very good Sova. Fly is also a very good Sova, but he's also a pretty good Breach. I would argue, you know, they could probably get some more value out of the Breach. In this round, I'll be judging based on if they get Breach ult value. The blind with peek is perfect. Wow, well done. This is kind of the thing that we were talking about with Breach flashes, chat. The person has to be in an active position already, and it has to be acting as basically like a one-way flash for the person that's peeking to get value on breach flash. The breach flash high here was like zoning 4 notes peak on the waylay. And even if it was going, it didn't even one way in, by the way. I don't even know how he didn't get even like quarter flashed. But it full affected this player while unaffecting the player that was swinging under it. Pretty cool. Is there no argument for KO? You could make an argument, but once again, it kind of comes down to players, right? Like if I saw Nismo on KO Lotus, I'd be like, okay, makes sense. Any Asian meta predictions this act you haven't heard much talk of? The big one for me was definitely Vice. I think Vice is like kind of the cornerstone of the meta. And we're seeing a little bit too much double duelist in spots where they could be playing Vice. It's kind of my feeling on it. With Yoru like kind of out of play, Vice becomes way too strong for teams to not play it on the key maps. I consider the flash to be successful if you force the enemy to flick away or alter their swing. Yeah. You have to peek with the flash. That's the key thing. That Breach can't really play off their own flash unless it's a long-range flash. Chad, there is a way for Breach to play off their flash. Maybe I'll go over that in like a YouTube short or something. But you so rarely see it. It needs to be a long-range flash, chat. While we have some downtime, if the Breach is here, flash is far, this travel time nullifies the pullout time for Breach's gun, allowing Breach to peek the angle with the flash. Does that make sense? It has to be a long-range flash whenever you're playing Breach. If you flash close, it's not really gonna be, you're not gonna be able to peek off of it. They'll be fully ready for your swing. It takes too long for you to basically be peeking while they're turning the flash. Pivot into B, Breach ult. Breach ult goes A-Link. Killing, Moose gets the kill on the player dodging the ult. That's sick. I really like the idea of this round. Timing from Kumi is perfect, bro.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. Spike down B.
You can see the effect of audio there. Man, if Flya just kept walking...
That's 3. My ult's ready.
If Flya stays invisible... Kumi with an impossible angle to win, by the way. 1 HP. 1 HP. Angle disadvantage. Bro, I can't even blame Wildfire there. Angle advantage. But like Kumi is literally just like insta-killing him. On the off angle. That was just insane by Kumi. Insane kill, bro. Did he pre-fire it or what? I don't know. He's fucking fast. I'll tell you that. Good pressure from GMD, honestly. Kind of appearing strong. A lot of noise on the side of AXG does kind of help them speed up. GMD's taking a big risk with the ult here. Timing. This is really good pressure by GMD. That's unfortunate for him. Atlas playing solo's criminal. Fair. I mean, there's been a lot of micro mistakes on the side of AXG. And macro. Is what it is.
Last player standing.
I'm out of here.
That was nice. That's how you use a breach flash, chat. Peek with the flash. Force the turn while Derek peeks. It's actually nice.
Don't get stabbed. Bad way to go.
How old is Kumi? Actually don't know. I think he's like 18 or something. You think Astra could get value on Lotus? Can. Sure, can. He's 20? Oh, he's 21 now. Astra seems fine on Lotus. I think that Omen is better, though. The pressure of being able to TP across, save all your utility because you can just pressure the cross and TP jumps, like jump spot, mound space. Pretty insane value. Cross to rubble, also insane value. Defensively, crossing the top rubble, insane value. Playing top here, verticality to counter the Viper wall, also insane value. It's a little bit too much value from the Omen. The only big pitfall of Omen is if you're playing without like a Viper and you're playing solo smokes Omen. If you're the rubble player, you have to pretty much like drop and get really close. You can't play like super far back here to be able to smoke C. You actually have to get really close rubble here to get to the 80-meter range to be able to smoke C. That's why sometimes you'll see like the funny smoke over here, chat. Because like the player in tree can't even smoke C for their team. He has to like leave tree, go all the way over here to like the jump spot to be able to smoke this. So Omen does feel a little funky on some of these deep A like kind of positions.
Nowhere to run.
To use Vito to pressure TP across. Yeah, the only problem is Vito can't really fake the TP across. So that adds more counterplay, right? You have like Raze Fade here, for example, or they're playing Breach in their comp. On the side of, you know, core. You could blast the Vito out. No real counterplay. So it creates less of like the faking pressure that Omen could create. Because, you know, Omens do kind of fake this TP somewhat often.
There. Go, go, go.
Cypher's showing by caging from B this late.
There. Here we go.
Small tell, for sure. And they have really no info when we're playing Chamber and Waylay. Feels kind of criminal. You're gonna get back into coaching and pro play soon? If the opportunity comes up. The opportunity is there, then yeah, of course. Akamaru, what up, bro?
Revealing area.
TP and then TP back. But then you hear 2 TPs, no? I haven't fucked around with Vito too much.
Match point.
Because, like, you know, when you're scrimming with a team and you can force people to get in a server with you, it becomes so easy to test, like, every single, like, small minutia of a character. But now that I'm content creator, bro, just even trying to get my friends to join, like, a custom game, so hard. I'll, like, force my wife to do it so that I can, like, make, like, a YouTube short. It's kind of funny. Every now and again, I'll get one of my friends to join Discord, though. Help me out. Or my friends to join a custom game. Just say the word and I'm there. W snowing. Drone. Stun off drone. Blind goes into elbow. Free kill for noted. Oh, there should be an easy punish. When we watching that duo with Josh RT?
One enemy remaining.
Whenever he's available, I guess. Pretty impossible round.
Attackers win.
Does your kid also play Valorant? I don't have a kid. I'm old, but I'm not that old. Wait, why does it say 13-0? Yeah, why does it allow... dude, I was thinking the same thing. Like, why does it say 1 up here, by the way? I think they were trying to pre-fire, like, the... I don't know. I don't know, bro. I am 32 years old, but yeah, I don't have any kids. Don't currently have any kids. Someday. Holy shit. T-Dog on the Teo. Do we like Teo? Do we like Teo on Lotus? I'll be honest, Chad. I'm not a really big fan of Teo. Teo Lotus doesn't really feel like he gets that much value to me. Oh, they're doing like a play exits kind of round. Man, that didn't get any value. That's fucked up. That is actually fucked up, chat. Someday, that day is in the past, brother. What do you mean? Someday I'll have kids.
They're not able to hold a site though. That's the thing. They have to
Caster Shio.
Or play really passive to redo the round again.
Yeah, it's really tough to decide at what point you need to engage because Evictix's comp, it's so tough to instigate a lot of pigeons. 2
shield rebuys? Yeah, I guess so.
Understood what Evictix was going to walk into for the majority of this. T-Dog on the Teo
is the best method to improving aim trainers who are just playing a lot of hours into the game? I've heard that an 80-20 split where 20% of the time is aim trainers is good. I've heard that from like the top like aiming coach.
They should be chilling.
But I've never really experimented with aim trainers. I think that playing the game is really important because it improves all of your other aspects of the game. Are the casters low audio? I can turn it up a bit.
Into the C sites. It's all about how much Scotty can delay. Double up here as well. Having Dre here leaving B completely open. I love the decision. Play.
It works with the playstyle is just really straightforward. Not much seesaw with Teo on this map. Yeah, I'm just envisioning like a world like... I think Teo gets the most value when you can use... You have the option to use the missile for control.
Yeah.
I think your options for control on this map are pretty weak. The timings for Teo is so delayed, right? Like you can only do like the very obvious like choke missiles. But like if somebody's committing to a fight, effectively your job is only trapping them with the utility. You compare that to like Fade. Fade I is attacking the space that you care about, not really the flood. I like utility that attacks the space you care about a bit more, specifically on Lotus. You kind of need open utility or very intense utility. I think that the Teo missile, like if you use it here, for example, you get so much leeway on like, as a defender, if I see this, I know exactly how to play against it because it takes so long to travel. And then when you're on attack, like this timing doesn't actually work out to be effective. You see this missile so early, you can easily beat this timing on any character. The re-clear fight, I think, is a good use case. How Evictix has like implemented it here, I think that's really good. Good intention. Will you be here for SRB game tomorrow? Yes. Yes. Nice round. Nice refight, man. T-Dog is a smart guy, chat. T-Dog's a very smart guy.
The util and the shots on this player.
Yeah, deciding to ramp it into a fight led to it being a little bit dicey, but slammed with the recovery.
Been seeing hella note XXD Glaze. Is he really that guy? He is that guy.
And I agree.
He's a really good player.
Into the salvo dump to get that trap play set up.
And training is good for increasing your floor, but game-specific game is so different. Standing still, moving your mouse.
Different extension, and that puts you in a more dangerous position. Pigeons still not necessarily going to question this A start though.
I think to be honest, like
feels like they're going to W key even harder.
Valorant is a lot of instinct, understanding your understanding how to abuse audio to your advantage, reflecting a lot, trying to find out what good fights are. I think if you focus more on like the decision-making stuff and you just play the game a lot, reflect a lot, you will find more value.
Rifles, I think they'll have 2 of them to play with. Zamal leveling up here too, but Coburg alive. I think he has heal too. Yeah, he might be able to heal up Zamal here after the spike gets planted. If he lives as well, it's gonna be looking good. Zamal now back in the round at full HP. This could be a pigeon.
All right, 3v4 situation.
Smoke cycle back in. Cuz gonna step in on top of it as the Teo drone gets
used. This is like the worst case scenario, to be honest.
And Evictix
I like the idea to push stairs. Because chat, the majority of retakes in pro play, majority of them happen heavy through heaven.
that no
these
one
days.
gets a sneaky frag in
Usually
there.
you would see like one
And-
guy going late,
Yeah, Pigeons,
multiple
I'm
through
definitely-
heaven.
I'm happy with how they're taking
But
this.
some
They
teams
understand
still
the game
do
plan,
have the
understand
approach
how
that they
much
would go heavy
neutral they
here
need to hold on to
and
once
go
they
late
get on the
here.
site, but it leads to them
Mostly
having
you
to
would
play a bit
see
of
heavy
flag
through
football
stairs
in
if you
order
see
to
a
actually
one-way
get
smoke
there.
on
And so
heaven.
they're spreading themselves a little thin, looking for those windows of
And
opportunity.
like you know
and
that
it's
they took
actually
this heaven
opening
space. It can be
themselves up a
really
little
hard to
too.
kind of
I
flood
love how
through
Victix is playing
if they
reactively.
have backside and the heaven
Wondering
player.
if they can protect that ball a bit more.
So
play
if they're
more tight
reading
when it
that in
comes
the
to
round,
these
maybe
rifle
that's what
rounds
led
and
them
some
into
bonus.
like
You
more
do have to
heavy
get a
through
bit more
stairs.
loosey-goosey with it. We're back over at A one more time, by the way. Might be able to double back here after the fact because I think that, yeah, Koof's still going to lurk that way. I think he's gone there.
It's a situation on the other game.
Times now, even on the
3
pistol.
minutes. Okay, we're gonna
So
run ads
that's
after this
the
round,
fight
okay?
goes their way. 4v4.
Make sure we don't get it during the
4v3
game.
actually. And it's getting chaotic. Drone in the way as well. Zamal active with the rifles. Gonna find one of the trades for the smokes. It's no sight, no hearing for half the players either. Just shots and sprays. It goes towards the side of Pigeons. They soar, they fly. The smokes will dissipate in just a bit of time. The Seeker's giving lots of information as off the pressure the rest of the team are making. We're able to pivot to
Reaction
B.
to
That door, I
B.
think, is still closed to be able to get across.
Blocking the fastest rotation through.
Yeah, Pigeons make really good time
Door.
in the rotation, very quick-winded. And Cuz already setting himself up on top of the smoke. The Victic's gonna dare to approach it and
I like it from Dre. Trying to take the smoke with Shorty.
On top of it, the step back in from
The position is kind of
Anderson.
unfortunate,
Timing's all there
low-key.
this time From Pigeons. God,
Dre
what were
actually-
any of us looking
Dre
at
taking
in
the
that
smoke
open
is
fight
good.
there, man?
The second player not being able to go in with him on same timing and get the trade. It's kind of unfortunate because of how the smoke is, right? He's like playing here. Dre takes the smoke from here. This player that's off to the side can't really get to trade. A little unfortunate, but maybe they could 3-2 on the smoke. Okay, guys, we're going to do 3 minutes of ads because it's about to start. And then we will be back with the second map of AXG vs QoR. We'll watch this in the meantime.
You want to make sure that a 4v3 is a 4v3 though. There's 4 rifles. Those 4 rifles are active. Initiation again. Chaos on this site. Lanes, stuns, walls all across. And it's going to be Evictus the ones to actually find this chance, this burial
Wow.
site. of an
Shaw's
8-4
actually massive.
For Shaw's right now. Koof tries to jump up, play his own game.
In
the mode right now, but Shaw
T-Dog drone in open, sets up Shaw's for the ace. That's kind of funny. How would you play against a team doing the walk around glitch when you have no info comp? To beat the walk around glitch, high lows are very OP. Operator is OP. High low is very OP. These are like the two biggest cases. And then the third case is a really good refight. Really good refights. I guess actually the real third, to be honest, is actually off angling.
Everybody's fighting after the Uto actually just
Off angle.
rewards them so
And then the fourth is like a really good refight. Usually off of like an off angle. Or like some sort of like a contact point. The refights are like actually money. Yo, what is this?
From the shadows available, the Nightfall in the business too, and a TP denied.
What? That was mine?
Side of Scotty. Now Evictix really look locked
I didn't even press anything, chat. Why did my Riot Games come up? What the hell? It's actually advertisement, no?
And Evictix doesn't have any other first responders.
What the hell?
Some spray down, that'll chip Anderson a bit.
I didn't even click that. Okay, chat, be honest. How many people clicked the thing that popped up? Be honest, chat. Did you guys click it or no?
On this site, one way coming in from the defenders, though on the retake. Coburg's actually taking.
Did you guys click it? Actually, we'll watch this round. I hear the lock-ins though.
It's not really planned for Mound either, so.
Okay, Evictix has actually had some pretty like clean sweeps.
So good for Evictix. The cross perfectly timed as well. Pedals won't be able to stop them either. Spike gonna be still right
Okay,
now. They have no
it's not planning
answer
for them. Not planning for them. That's GG on that round. Was Evictix already like winning out? Wait, Pigeon's actually 13 forward. What the hell? Solo duelist again on the side of core. Raze being the duelist, I do like. It is a heavy Vice map. Are we going to see Vice from the last player, or are we going to see double duel? I feel like this is a double duel. Riker's playing probably Waylay or Raze. Yeah, Raze it is. Sage on split. Throw it back to 2025, 100 Thieves. Sage is very good. Gamba? W fucking comms. Man, we don't get much time to Gamba on this one. Like on this stream. Because they don't show the comps until literally while people are locking in. There we go. I don't even play the game anymore. I just watch. That didn't get me. I wonder how many people are like that, chat. How many of you actually actively play the game? There's probably a fair bit of people that just don't even play the game, that just watch. Because I mean, you guys know I don't really play the game, to be honest. I only play the game to farm slammed and trick 10-mans. How have the 10-mans been? I saw the rage moment. Saw the rage moment in Twitter. It was kind of funny. Bit of an A-rush. A-rush will be pretty good against the solo Sky Anchor. Oh! Good pathing by Riker, by the way. I like that. I like that. They're doing a bit of a crunch on the player elbow. One duelist goes this way, one goes this way. Flash is mostly used for info. I'd love to see it instead be a fight flash. Bro, if he flashed like over toward ramp for his teammates, that'd be kind of cool.
Last player standing.
They ended up winning. Used to play a lot, stopped around when Gecko came out, but still spectate. Wait, when Gecko came out? Bro, you've been watching solely for 2 years. That's crazy. I see, Jaden. That's interesting. Well, hopefully the quality of those games stay high. So more people want to like branch off into it. We didn't really see the pick over toward A, but giving up a Bulldog. You'd probably rather GMD have the Ghost being the scout toward A. The person that's holding the space. Obviously, he lost the long-range duel, so it's not like totally relevant. He's taking a good fight for the Bulldog here. Easy to multi-frag here. But usually you would see this player with Ghost so that he could activate, get the A info later. They're going to be pretty happy though, 4v4, have bomb site control. This smoke is nice. We've been seeing it a lot. Fairly early peek from Kumi. Also remember, chat, this is actually incorrect. Why does Pro City keep dying? I don't know. People just stop playing for whatever reason.
I will not die here.
The queues like will just eventually die. I think it's because it's like only active during certain times. Then people like want to like play on their own time, not sit in like a 30-minute queue waiting for a game. Like when you're streaming too, you'd rather just like back to back to back, just keep like playing games.
Help a girl out, would ya?
Ranked is like pretty convenient.
I got there.
Low key. Queue up whenever you want. Get pretty fast queues. I mean, queues have been not very fast sometimes these days, but Dog clears out the off angles on right side sight. Elbows unclear. Slide peek to clear it. I like that. Wow. We've got a bit of a problem here, chat. Molly gonna kill GMD. Ooh! GMD is looking nice, chat.
Last player standing.
Sorry, I had to fix this. I was blocking the kill feed a bit. Fly keeps getting punished, yeah. I feel like the way to deal with the way to deal with the way that they're playing, right? a lot of these fights are actually pretty dry on the side of Alliance Guardians. Obviously, it's not very dry, but the whole point is if you like sit in a spot and just hold, you're usually going to get affected by util to most teams like dry run. You need to find opportunities like Flya playing here, pop flash elbow, peek on timing, go for a short peek, get like a punish, and then go back into the angle. You have to punish like this movement from your opponents when you're playing against double duelist. If you kind of sit back and wait to get exec on, that's why Flya's fight here is like getting slide peeked, getting crunch wrapped on sight. Imagine if he hears the satchels, goes for a flash here, peeks the guy that's satcheling. These guys are flashed, or W king. You get opportunities that way. Oh, we've got some tech. Hold on. Oh shit, hold on. I mean, the blue isn't a perfect match here, I won't lie.
Okay.
Okay, that's too hard to see. Pink was actually kind of nice.
No charges left.
1. Oh. Now it looks good, no? Now it looks good.
Left. Last player standing.
What happened this round? We got thriftied. Okay, guys. Hasn't the thrifties been happening a bit too much today? Hold on. This was thrifty. This was thrifty. Or no, this was thrifty, sorry. This was anti-bonus. Also converted. A little too much today, you know? I mean, those are some really nice kills this round, huh, chat? There was a lot of audio given though. You can tell from minimap. I don't like the B audio from the attackers. We've talked about this a lot. B audio from attackers basically ensures you're getting blendered. If the defensive team played for a trap instead, when they heard all of this audio be made, this would be way more successful. Trying to force your fights from here is not easy from a defense POV. Probably the worst fight you can take on the map. Info get. Oh my god, info gained. You're kidding me, man.
Out of charges. Check. Charges. Check. I'm out of here.
We can shoot, but only with Sheriff. That's what happened. Riker's going on a bit of a tear. Yeah, I guess thinking back to it, right? Because there's open quals, there's probably going to be so many matches happening at the same time. That's going to be hard to manage, no? At least in the past, that's what it was like, right? That was like one of the downsides. Some matches would just straight up not be on stream. That was a bit of a headache back in the day. Wow, how does Kumi win that fight and that fight? Peek on timing can also catch the walk around sometimes. Gonna go learn how to observe to get a job. Probably a valid decision, to be honest. Probably a valid decision.
Spike planted.
I've got your trail.
I'm not even kidding. I wonder if somebody reaching out about observing this broadcast, I wonder if that would be valid. Because Derek might be right. It actually might be an auto observer. No, they're not going to pay people to observe. Yeah, but getting the experience of observing through this B stream might be enough to like have some experience doing it. Leo Faria said things on that on Plat Chat. I need to watch it, chat. I need to watch the Leo Faria segment. How long is it? Does anyone know about off the top? How long was the segment? It was 1 hour exactly. His whole segment. It's kind of fucked if you reach out because you think it's an auto observer and it's an actual person. Well, obviously, if you reach out, you would just ask nicely, right? You just ask nicely, like, you don't say, "Whoa, yo, I can observe instead of your auto observer." You would say like, "Hey, I was wondering if you guys needed any help observing with the B stream." Do you have any questions about the segment? Not really off the top. Why do we hear, guys, chat? Why do we hear the sound even though we're on a different POV? Why do we hear? Honestly, it's breaking the monotony of having no casters. So like, do we really care? Not really. Why not? W, true. Okay. I'll get more analytical because we're back on the gun round. Moose with the Viper ult, probably going mid. Atlas has the Neon ult. GMD is one-off ult. I would say this as well to my team. If they're ever one-off Viper ult or they have Viper ult, you want to play site heavy. GMD got ult, by the way. Got ult off that kill. Being mid-focused on the one-off Viper ult round or Viper ult... By the way, no, this is just crazy. This is so good, by the way. He actually plays for the peak on timing down numbers and gets the kill. GMD expects that the player wants to stay alive. Not... I mean, that's like a fair read, right? That's actually a fair read. Note actually does so well there. Note actually does so well there, by the way. Guys, if Note decided to like go back, play an off angle instead of like doing this peak on timing short peak, he would get way less value in the round. And the other thing that they're reading too is Note is here. He uses TP. They're expecting him to play time because it's 3v3 now. So that's why GMD is kind of lazy. It's not that he doesn't want to clear this space. It's just his read in the round is that he for sure went B main to stay alive in a 3v3. But in reality, Noted's an aggressive player, goes for another. I do kind of like this play, bro. Showing individuality and this kind of thing is so insane. This is how you multi-frag. Playing power positions, so good. Okay, Note definitely makes a mistake to ult here, for sure. They got hard fished by this A fake. Nice try. There's a real world that Note actually dies there for free because he got so fished by the A fake. I wonder if that was like a communication problem, chat. I feel like usually these kinds of things are communication problems. Instead of the player on A saying Neon Sky. Wow, spam is good too. They just can't catch a break, huh? Instead of this player on site saying Neon Sky, nothing else, nothing else. Yeah, there's probably like, it's A, it's A, it's A!
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Hold on. Visa issues is going to be so rough. Yeah, I could see that. They have to choose their locations like really intelligently, to be honest. Fly went huge that round, yeah. GMD ult wasted on the eco round is obviously not ideal. They were definitely not favored to win that. And I'm not gonna lie, when you have like a ult to support taking sight like this combo, Raze ult plus Viper ult, man, it feels like such a high conversion round when you combine the two. Raze ult used to take sight, Viper ult used to basically secure post. No value, really. I mean, rocket being turned into space is kind of the value here. Nearly got a kill.
I have spike down B.
Noted after getting one, it would be nice to see him TP back into backside again. It's a bit easier for you to ISO your fights.
Last player standing.
I've actually seen this issue from a lot of moments, low key. Think we will have Masters Reykjavik again because it was consistent? Probably. That does sound pretty valid. We'll probably see that at some point. A lot of Omens get stuck here on a B split. I think once you get your one kill, TPing to backside is actually so nice. This is like the angle that you can actually like choose your fight and be in and out of fights. If you like, for example, if you play default and you want to peek here, you have to be basically just stand and open, and that's your only option. You can't really like choose to pivot in and out of fights. 6, why don't we stream CN? I don't have permission for CN, and I mean that's like the majority of it, to be honest. I don't have permission to stream China. I would have to get permission. I'm already streaming a lot of regions, to be honest, and tier 2. Right now, I'm trying to figure out how I can even get an off day. Because we've been streaming pretty much every day for the past, like, 2 weeks. Where do you watch? Are you talking about this this match? This match we're watching on Liga Ace. This is the tier 2 B stream. The other stream is on Valorant North Americas. Is the Riot client down for anyone else? Is that what we saw, chat? Remember when my Riot client showed up randomly and it said something about connection offline or something? Retry? Yes, that's what it was. Well, unlucky. Maybe there's like a cloud service issue or something. I don't really know anything about cloud services, but those have been kind of messing up. I won't pretend I know anything about tech.
Here. One enemy remaining.
Eco round not going their way. Kind of as expected. I think A split stuff is always hard. Don't forget to hydrate, chat. Honestly, I yap so much, like, my body tells me I need to hydrate all the time. What up, Ash? Moment ult, one off Jerk's ult. Sky ult. Derek still has his. Man, we did have some trouble with Sage ult on this map. We ended up coming to the conclusion this wall and just taking the duel oftentimes was enough to, you know, body falls behind, right? It was often enough to be able to get a res. Pretty much you want to play these angles that you can like take the duel. If you die, you can get a res. So like another good one is here. You're just sitting here dueling. If you die, your body drops into mesh. That angle is called mesh, in case people don't know. I was grinding ranked. Oh no. Sorry to hear that. Won 5 games in a row? Okay, never mind. Not sorry to hear that. What's the best way to get involved in the pro scene as a Radiant but zero experience? If you're trying to play the game, are you trying to go pro? If your goal is to play pro, then just spam ranked and look good. People will notice, bro. If you're like top of the leaderboard and you're frying every game, people will definitely notice. Even if you're just doing your role well, communicating well, positive guy.
$30 left.
Last rounds have not looked very good for AXG, but aren't they going to be pretty happy, to be honest, with 5 already on attack? What, rank D3 at the moment? Oh, wow. Ash is actually catching up to me. No. Maybe I should start playing ranked again, chat. Seeing the little green icon whenever I log into the game is actually like... It's actually like icky. You know? Stream even if you're not getting views, just get yourself out there. By the way, if you're trying to get recognized, chat, and trying to get like a bit more popular, I think short form content is kind of broken. It's extremely broken. A lot of the tech content that I make gets like a crazy amount of views. Competitive like VCT kind of shorts get a lot of views. Montage stuff, I feel like if it's edited even like remotely well, gets a lot of views. And you can upload it to 3 different platforms. I don't upload anything to Instagram. Maybe I should, to be honest, but TikTok and YouTube stuff does extremely well. You don't really make a lot of money off of the YouTube like short content, but definitely get recognition. And I think if you're trying to like improve your narrative, that shit is a little too money. Like, that's actually money, you know what I mean? The recognition. It said blinded, chat, but it was the Raze that was in sight that got blinded by that flash.
Spike down B.
Oh, shit. Nice shot, Derek. Bro, chat, we are not going to see a Sage ult the entire half. Did we see one in the first half, or has this been the same Sage ult the entire time?
Left.
You do have to kind of play intentionally around the Sage ult. You do need to have a bit of like a set round to get value out of Sage ult.
One enemy remaining.
Now,
Enemy remaining.
okay, I thought we were gonna get the I thought we were gonna get the Sage ult at the end there. Those satchels look like me. He was trying to pivot because he got caught off guard. I think it makes sense.
I'm out of
here. GMD legacy game. GMD heard you guys yapping. The only time I want to open up Valorant, the client isn't opening. That's unlucky. Oh no, I don't have to make a YouTube short? No. Those are what my intentional satchels look like. You're playing Raze, you just end up on a trampoline somehow. That peek on timing is pretty nice. The peek on timing from ramp is usually pretty money. Honestly, with the Viper wall up, it kind of loses value, but...
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Man, Derek has so many moments with util out. Util out being the only one scaling. Like, Derek low-key played a round of League of Legends, no? I think the biggest problem with putting people on new agents is always that. People always try to solve problems with their utility. when they're on the new agent. You don't have a great balance. That's why we saw so many waylays. Hard tunneling on utility when they could have just used their gun. You're trying to heal Jerk? Yeah. I mean, I get the perspective. I get the perspective. It's just like a funny situation. No kits 2 in the round, bro. Not another thrifty. Oh, okay. We're seeing the pivot that we were talking about earlier. They don't know if he went heaven or they don't know if he went main. You see from Playa. When the player here takes the initial duel, TPing back here is really strong. Pistol bonus and pistol again on the side of AXG. And now that they're on defense as well. Okay, look, by the way, Derek with the light armor. Bro, Sage Util is so expensive, by the way. Yo. Hey. We'll be a little bit delayed, but it's fine. Catch up later. How have the games been? Entertaining for sure. I think the quality of games will be like much higher tomorrow. Bro, what is happening? We're really buffering, huh? Oh, your viewers this high in tier 2? Nice. Yeah. Honestly, tier 2 has been pretty... Tier 2 has been pretty goated in terms of viewership. When I was watching the SRG games, it would get to about this level. Kumi, man. Like, obviously, it's a jerk whiff, but Kumi is actually like... Kumi is nice, bro. 180-degree flick insta-kill is like, what the fuck? Nobody been streaming tier 2? Yeah, I used to tune into Cavern stream a bit. I think Cavern's been pretty solid stream.
One enemy remaining.
But I did definitely recognize that. There's not much crazy like analytical content for tier 2 NA. Difference between tier 2 and tier 1? A lot, pretty much everything. I think the individual talent is like on a pretty similar level, but I think the game plans could be better for a lot of teams. A lot of like the baseline fundamentals could be better. Micro could be better. There's a lot of gaps. I think that tier 2 has a lot of moments though that are like pretty solid. Say the difference is mostly in the consistency. Individuals are definitely solid, but game plans could be better. Info lines was a big one that we saw all throughout today, right? Right, chat? Getting a solid info line, insta-reacting off of it, creating a good setup. Like, these are things that happen really seamlessly in tier 1. Not even from every team. I'm mostly, like, judging based on the top level of tier 1. The individual talent is definitely there, though. There's so many, like, prospects that could easily go into tier 1 and do well. Man, I love that QoR moves as a unit here. And they slow clear, take the duels together as like a 4-man clump. Note's kill here on the backside player is like, what the fuck? On top of that though, chat, here's the thing that I didn't like about QoR's decision here. We talk about this a lot. When you get to this stopping point, if you're worried about an op I understand adding the utility. So maybe that's their logic here. Worried about the op. So they're going to add utility early. I do think that this is low-key a contactable angle. I would like to see them at least like 3-2-1 the angle if they're not worried about op. Get close and then pop so that they don't get hit by these clear util timings. Okay, this spam is actually pretty nice. When you have a Sage, spam the like retake timing. Actually pretty good. Pretty good. That spam is money. Yeah, it is. It is. Chat, the reason why people spam in this game, if you haven't really like pieced together like why and when to spam, it's off of like retake timings based on smokes. When smokes go up, that's the most likely timing that people will cross space. We didn't see any of these fights. I miss when Zix would cost something money. Like, we didn't see any of these fights. That's pretty sad. Observer sleeping. I mean, it might actually be an auto observer, but we actually don't know. We actually don't know, chat. Also, claiming that it is an auto observer is also like, I can't say it confidently because then I might be insulting someone. Rest in peace 2 days ago. I miss when Zix would stream tier 1. Ever tried observing? Nah. Nah. Also not for me. Chris has said in the past, the whole industry is short on observers. I mean, it makes sense, bro. It's definitely like, bro, if you're trying to get into esports, that's probably like kind of an, I don't want to say an easy way because I think it is a complicated craft. You do low-key have to know a lot about the game to know when fights are about to happen. But it's definitely like a craft that you could train in and become very good at. It's very niche, but imagine another game comes out. Like, other games are going to need observers as well, no, chat? Like, the casters can't be the observers, you know? They can try, but it's going to be hard to focus on so many things at once. Okay, very deep line here from our Omen and Viper. Yo, what a weird scenario here. The Omen ult is basically exactly the place that it needs to be. Making intentional audio, by the way. Chad, this is why we talk about audio so much. The intentional audio here, double peek, making noise to set up Omen. No TPing up into heaven, not make any noise.
Spike planted.
I like this timing from Derek. See, actually cross hell. He makes it to hell. The problem is Wildfire has a pretty easy job clearing this. Like, he actually will clear it, right? Bro, because he went lazy into the angle. Because he went lazy into the angle. It was actually harder to shoot. I promise you. You guys know the feeling, right? Derek's position. The guy goes lazy into the angle, full shift walk. You're holding for like an intentional peek. And the guy lazy walks into the angle, slowest move speed. Man. The crosshair placement there is just like, it's always going to be fucked. You can't even blame Derek. Derek's expecting him to get cleared. Like, Wildfire has nothing else to do. There's nothing else to do but to clear. How do you jinx the guy clearing a common angle? I don't know. I'm pretty powerful, honestly. I will say, dog going through on this timing. I think that this should usually go bad for core. I'll be the one to say it. GMD has a very easy timing he can take. He takes it a bit late, obviously, because he's worried about the dog doing a bit of a loop back. But Kumi goes through this smoke late, basically with 0 util because the dog already did its job, you know? The only thing that Kumi gains is that he can like full focus his crosshair on this side. But this fight it should be favored for GMD. GMD could have an earlier timing to break the smoke and actually get out deeper. Or even be inside the orb, right?
Player standing.
Whoa. What up, Guck? How's it going, bro? Everyone on core is nuts. They definitely have a bunch of players that can do it at any moment for sure. You can definitely see the gun rounds have kind of been going in their favor, right? Little too many thrifties in tier 2 today, huh? Little too many. Okay? Riker with the hero rifle. Let's see how they use it. Pretty much want Riker to be enabled to take the early duel. Quick reaction to the first noise. What happened? What shifted? Why did they all react here and then immediately go back with no noise? Was there something used here? What am I missing, chat? What brought 3 people mid instantly? Or is this just a gamble read? Because this is pretty clinical from core. Feels like a random read, right? This is perfect, by the way. Man, on the anti-eco, they take the ramp space, pretty much disabling like any close range fight here. Dog out the site to see if it's a silent stack. I mean, this is actually a perfect round in terms of the anti-eco from core. Refight comes through. Stuck position from Kumi. Forced into the fight. Almost a bait setup for Moose. I like that Moose plays the bait here. Pretty underrated play. Somebody's gonna try to get the rifle. He just kills that guy no matter what. Whoa. Planted for heaven. I mean, this is hard. This is really hard, chat. Yeah, they've waited for the smoke. They waited for the smoke is best way to play it. Oh no, he thinks he got him off maybe? They actually won. They actually won. They actually won. Bro, AXG actually plays so well there. No? AXG actually played very well. Chad, I love the triple intentional hold from AXG. Wait for smoke timing. They were completely calm. Smoke bomb. Stick. One of their players went huge there. I don't remember who it was exactly. One of the players went huge to get the 2 from outside the smoke. Someone has to dead come that the smokes are still alive. Is your counterpoint that they shouldn't have 3 in heaven and just leave a guy's sight? I mean, I think that's valid, yeah. Leaving a guy's sight is probably pretty valid. Everybody being heaven in a 3v3 against smokes is kind of a blunder in terms of the post, yeah. We don't see this a lot, chat, but I actually do think that this aspect of the smoke is good. If you're reading like a team only holds B main from outside and you do this smoke and use it to cross, it's actually undervalued tech. How often have we seen this ult actually stuck? We lost our Viper ult. Wow. I like how you explain stuff. Thank you. Appreciate that.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Bro, this sage wall is like so outdated, no? Bro, I remember seeing this wall like as soon as I started playing the game. It still has its use cases, but it is kind of funny to see. Not to say that it's bad. Note has blind. That's pretty rough for Atlas. Well played. Well played. Very well played. Note is insane. Agreed. I'll definitely have a list of players for sure in my mind. The thing is, when you're watching tier 1 only and you're a tier 1 coach, you don't really have time to watch too much tier 2. If you watch tier 2, you mostly watch for entertainment, to be honest. So like the only time I would go back and rewatch tier 2 is like after the season. When I go back and rewatch some of the games, if I'm looking at specific players. So like the context of tier 1 coaches, like they don't have that much, maybe unless they were getting like smacked in scrims, you know what I mean, by a player, then they'd probably maybe watch their games a bit more diligently. But you just don't have that much time as a tier 1 coach, man. So this is me mostly like finally understanding the landscape like perfectly. I feel like I'm starting to get a pretty good read, at least on the individuals. I feel like that sage wall is really bad out B main. It has its use cases though, but it is generally bad.
Poison's off.
Man, I feel so powerful whenever I play this spot in male. That is really good instincts by Riker. Pop the orb, re-clear the space. That's a really good set play by Riker. I actually like that. I don't know if it's set, but it should be set. It's a good way to re-clear ropes. You're holding the male space. Open timing. I mean, they got rolled here, but it is an it is an anti-eco. It's nice though, because tier 1 and tier 2 scrim regularly. Yeah, that was my only context though. So players like Jack as an example, I was already pretty like aware of.
Match point.
Like before he was even playing in tier 2. I was pretty aware of Jack as a player just because he would roll us in scrims, like random games. Notice just running around killing people. Yeah, he's pretty incredible, bro. All right, they're on their final lifeline, chat. Final lifeline. Timeout on 12. Timeout on 12. Usually not ideal, if I'm being honest. Usually not ideal. Okay, we do have Sage Res. Chat, when you're doing attack Sage Res game planning, usually ramp is pretty good. Because these are a lot of dry duels. It's very awkward if you like end up walling it for the opponent. You end up walling this space and then rezzing your boy. Because like people can't really, they don't feel that comfortable standing in the open here. Just spamming a wall. They do feel relatively comfortable, but you're usually not going to fight that many people here, and then you're usually going to be able to get a wall res off. The other place is mid. They're not that comfortable standing in the open. So you could smoke this, wall off, res the player. One idea I saw SRG do, which is kind of cool. Find a way to get your Omen on top of the box. When Omen dies, you can like res behind the box. That was another good idea. I did like that one.
There.
Good bait, man. Jerk putting so much work to bait here for Neon. And it looks like it's working, to be honest, chat. I think QoR is about to contact into this space. Kumi went lazy into the angle and still killed.
Last player standing.
Chat, that's just crazy. I don't know. That's just crazy.
Welcome to
That is actually crazy.
world.
He didn't even full clear the angle because the bait was so good from Jerk POV.
I've got your trail.
And Kumi still wins the fight. Like, how many impossible fights are they going to win? Bad whiff from the Neon. Kumi had good movement, though, too. Kumi continue to go wide for like a second.
Attackers win.
Wish you had replays for this stuff. See Alice POV. Yeah. I mean, he probably did get a little bit of a whiff there, but Kumi still did have good movement to like convert the kill. How many of QoR's players are franchise worthy? Bro, all of them could be franchise. In fact, all of them, 3 of them were franchise, and then 2 of them are like really solid prospects for franchising. Is there a reason why most Omen players in Tier 1 are throwing smokes without smoke form on Omen like half the time? Is it tech? I think the only thing that I know in relation to the Omen smoke, there's a lot of bugs right now, to be honest, with Omen smoke, Astro World, or like Omen World, Astro World.
They don't have a shock dart to be able to,
for example,
either in terms of prep.
Chat, like this section here, since they changed Lotus, it's still not showing like this section. When you go into Astral World, you don't see this. And also this wall is like this on Astral World and Omen smoke. So like when you throw the smoke and you think it's clean, like there's actually a gap here. So there's just like some bugs. Maybe that's the reason for it. There is some bugs with it, unfortunately. Okay, I was told to watch this game and see the breeze comp, and I see a gecko.
From Zamal to start to bait all of that attention after the knife.
All right, let's catch out the QoR did win. Boom, boom.
It is. I mean, there is a pinpoint before that knife procced in which he was able to.
Is Riot Client working for you guys, or is it just me? Riot Client's apparently not working right now.
They don't leave the choke.
T-Dog W chatter.
It's tough. They have the
T-Dog is playing. This is the goated comp, by the way. We talked about this comp. I can increase it, actually.
Slide available, but actually canceled out by that knife. That knife, though, is not.
How's audio, chat? How's audio?
So much value.
Somebody give me a heads up, because I don't want to have like bad audio levels.
1v5. That is insane.
Is it good? You can hear Caster's game audio.
Is he not a bar?
Muffled for some reason? Okay, well I can't change that.
I assume.
It's mostly about the levels, to be honest.
Not able to kill him. Yeah, good frag back. So Evictix can make some decent space.
It does sound a little muffled, huh?
Koof has already cleared
just
the
a mic.
of B, so
yeah,
pitch is inevitable here.
This is all from the action from Zamal as well to be able to see that many players.
Okay, chat.
Confident enough to
let's talk about this.
The way that
Gecko, I think, is very well paired with Sky. Comboing the 2 pieces of utility is actually how you get value on Dizzy. The idea is Dizzy gives you like the open space kind of utility. They kind of have 2 pieces of open space utility. It'll have to be a lot of contacting. With this style of comp, it'll have to be a lot of contacting into crazy explosive pressure. Basically, you can never off-angle when you play against these kinds of comps.
That Evictix was still trying to hammer in. After that previous round,
off-angle can kill the contact, but if you're standing like in off-angle spots that they read, you're kind of doomed.
If they find the timing window for that knife to be able to proc and get its due
off-angle here getting value is not really that surprising for me.
Immediately, they try to get the trap set up. Instead,
given that, like, you know, they're going to try to greed this section and then pop flash. So, like, maybe you could do a bit of off-angling in the A main space to counter out the Sky Gecko when they swap sides to attack.
The economy is practically falling apart. Shots once again has to overdrive to try to save it in Kohlberg.
But they won't have any really strong utility against an Opper that's playing close to a pivot. Insane value from Kohlberg.
Kohlberg filling the gap. Zamal stopping gameplay. Slam, though. Talk about hero moments. If you let all 5 players go for it, sometimes you might just find one here. All down to Cuz. Slam and Dre able to win this one and swing things.
Wait, you swatted. Slammed 1 HP, very doable.
Backside 1 HP, Flick not gonna find it for now. Playing around wall, haphazardly on both sides. Tough to commit to one or the other.
Man, so my God, Slam's playing so risky there, man. They're both giving so many opportunities with these jiggles. Slam does find timing, and Dre baits the audio, just keeps the tension on him. Damn, bro.
Really tough going there.
Bro, I was low-key kind of worried. They were doing like a crazy amount of jiggling.
Shutdowns, but for Slam yet again,
crazy amount of jiggling.
On the centering.
6 wins at 1v2. I'm not gonna lie, I'd be holding tight to the angle
well on this
I feel like
B
Dre
side
should have
this
died.
entire
Gun jiggling
half,
that much.
and he's been able to make a mountain out of
At least
that
take more
molehill,
damage.
resuscitating the
Slammed him,
team,
maybe should have died too.
regardless of the spike being down or not.
Probably
as the
angling out
cohort
the
goes
player that's
another
won is better, no?
warpath. Dude has a 2-0 KD with a 3-5
Is Gecko a
scoreline.
valid
It's out of
option
this
if you don't have a
world.
KO player?
He's a villain, man. He's
I don't think
really
it's that
stopping
good,
heroes
to
from
be
getting
honest,
back
but
into Zamaldo being tossed all the way in. They take T-Dog down.
it's
So,
probably okay.
flashes available to actually
Having
push
another
through
scaler and
these
then having the
smokes
little
and
buddy
fight
planning
for
for you is always kind of a
positions
W.
past some util.
People don't really play to deny spike on this map, but you can, right? Sova, Viper, you could easily play for like shock mollies on like this section. We actually don't see that like almost at all, no chat? A little bit of shock molly on defaults.
This time all the way to window.
It's probably way more doable than we think.
It's actually Anderson in
It's not really part of the meta. I was talking about like the shocks on orb here as well. We don't really see that to see chip damage. Andrews in position gets too much value. That's a deep fucking angle.
How do you even check that?
It's a deep fucking angle to re-clear.
A little bit of hesitation just to wait for a better angle is the biggest difference in that round. Gets him the 3K. Now Victix
let me see here. You said you played gimmicky characters in League. What would that be in Valorant terms? I played like, for context in Valorant, I played Cypher and Sova.
And momentum does switch towards the pigeon side. We might see things lost.
I just like heavy abused audio for my timings.
That way, a timeout being called is
Play around smokes, heavy abuse audio for timings, get free kills through spam. Free kills through spam, timings, and scan kills. That's how I avoid any fight. Avoid any 1v1 like duel. That's what I would do. That's how I climbed primarily. A lot of that is like non-interactive, like kind of 100 to 0 kind of like scenarios. I can get spam back, so like maybe like 90-10s, but
it's starting to wear thin. Pigeons are starting to get tired of it, and
that's
they're getting
kind of
more
exactly what I'm
tools
talking about when I
to
talk
be able
about
to
gimmick
either
and
do
abusing
it or
like
just
every
wait it out.
advantage.
I mean,
That's
Anderson's
not
got the
aim
cosmic
in
divide now.
mechanics.
They could just let them take over the site and have a really solid take back, especially with the flashes out from Cousin Coburg here. You have so many ways into these corners that Evictix is already kind of content with plopping themselves into at this point. They know they're going to back themselves into a wall. They're just learning how to play better off of that.
It's really nice. You talk about the cosmic divide as well.
Do
One of
not
the combos that's available
take
to
fair
Pigeons
gun
about 2
fights.
times a
Yeah.
half. If Coburg stays alive, which he's doing great at doing right
That's
now.
how I have like
if you
such a
put
good
that cosmic
understanding
divide
of
up,
like
Wingman diffuse,
how to
you
find
know,
advantages in
body to hold
fights.
the wall. So
Because
Coburg
Lord
was
knows I
creative
freaking
and
need it, man.
Gecko, and
Lord
so
knows
on
I need
defense
that
for this
shit.
one, and he's already playing so well. So as long as he doesn't take too many fights, it'll be good. 4-man setup towards the B side. They're reading something on this side that there might be aggression. If there's not, it's exactly how you called it, Tenrek. It's all about getting that retake down with the
he is
ultimate.
doomed.
They push in though. Yeah, find value. Now the question is, you know the divide's coming. You know that diffuse
I recognize
point's coming.
Shayo, but who's the
How do
other
you play
caster?
the
I believe
site?
his name is Tenrek.
Put down.
Tenrek.
Not too much real estate available for it. Slammed at low HP. T-Dog also just has a sheriff to play with. Dire straits for the team.
Evictix is able to cash back in on a lot of these positions, but
Slam dead for free using utility. Trying to TP out.
Molly finds one as well. Stun coming in. Scotty affected by his aim. Crosshairs gonna be able to find one person in there. Zamal will push past his own team's mollies to break crosshairs. There's that wingman coming in. Spike will start to be defused. It's a 1v1.
Yo!
It's a shock dart enough to break that little guy. It is, and he does not get
Whoa!
half either. So WinCon stopped. Hunter's Fury.
Well done,
in
Dre.
business.
Well done, Dre.
Close that space, Coburg, but he can't. There's no time. We'll have to stick over for that defuse again. Half about to be found. The spray is there again from Dre.
Bro, Dre's a good player. Dre is very good. I know he's gonna watch this later,
round towards their side.
but I will say he played that like pretty clinically, no?
With his Viper's pit set up by Scotty.
Nice lineup.
Pigeons don't have as much
He didn't.
confidence
He was kind of
approaching
worried
their
about the
own
audio
window.
that he was getting
They
pushed, so
need
he
to excavate
canceled
the
after 2
old-fashioned way,
pulses.
and damn, I mean, they almost
Peaked
do.
on 3.
After all is said and done, does require so many
Peaked on
ultis
3 as
here
well, chat.
From Evictix to get it done.
You saw right as the half was about to happen, he was speaking.
Gets one on the way down there. He did so much
It kind of worked out with his natural like peak
and then
timing,
left
but
5 open to be able to dance around this pit for so damn long.
looking like
You
me
saw
out there.
the
Such a classic.
anti-conditioning that Pigeons was going for there too. They had 3 bodies in front of that A barrier for so many of these rounds. And
Okay, dart
we're
use
ready
for the
to
mid
let
default.
Evictix use so much on top of it, but
A
no
player at
kill
tunnel
means
could still
no
get full
connection
value
there
here,
on the retake.
spotting all of mid.
Now Viper's pit on Pigeon's side to make sure that that A main
Now
is
it
not
would
an
have been
immediate
contacted
option,
into.
but we're already putting some grease into the
I
elbow
mean, the
here.
problem with this
in round
smoke and
11.
nest is that it doesn't deny the cross. Like, it doesn't create pressure of this cross.
So individual and trying to find some space.
I feel like macro-wise, like creating this pressure is kind of fake.
Like this. B space is gained for free at a cost. The Victix challenge it this time towards Pigeons.
Really
I'm not gonna lie, chat. I think that we had this thing on 100 Thieves where Bang would get really mad, which is valid, by the way. And I think it's very good that he would do this. he would get really upset if when we're on our Viper all round, we didn't like have a good setup to trap B. So a player dying early during the Viper all round made this round so much easier to play on the side of Evictix. This decision to try to get extra info isn't really part of the round macro. Doesn't make sense. You'd want to stay in your 3B setup. You'd want to stay in your 3B setup.
Just a little bit more confused about what's going on.
Is it worth doing Gamba for map at the half? I mean, we could. We could. If you guys want to.
It's read completely by Pigeons, finding lots of value. I'm not sure if they know exactly where Cuz is for the moment. Drone, I'd be timing through the
Yeah,
wall
generally
as well.
speaking, benefit your Vipers. Try to not do too much that's aggressive on your Viper all round.
Flank on site, really nice crunch there.
Flank timing is too good.
Active again, stun in the way.
They only have the B main space though, so they're actually going to secure the plant. All right, Drain slammed in the 2v1. Pretty straightforward contact setup for the crossfire. Dre peeking gave. Oh man, that got a little scuffed, man. That got a little scuffed. That got a little bit scuffed.
That's just the kind of thing Slam does when he runs out.
I don't mind the idea though. Because Dre comes out early, maybe he misread the contact here. Maybe he misread the contact and came out early. I like that he went wide across the angle into the pivot. And because of that, Slam starts angling the player, using it as like a bait setup. I think there was just a lot of whiffs at play, to be honest. A lot of whiffs in play for sure.
And that's where Pigeons thrives. One more round to try to go for that.
The interactions aren't even that bad, chat. I didn't notice Paranoia until you used. Yeah, he still had Paranoia as well. The setup could have integrated the Paranoia, but when you're already at ladder, right? The best thing you can do is probably throw the Paranoia to stall and then like fix the setup if you know both are B main. That's probably the best way to play it. But like, are you really gonna fault him for it? He's worried about getting peaked on timing. What up, Fio? 5 stream streak, big fan. Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro.
They would rather both teams have basically a lack of intel because it forces
Thanks for
Evictix
watching.
to make more coin flips and guesses. And that is the kind of chaos that some of these North American teams just live to thrive in. Pigeons trying to find comfort one last time here. Cuz with the early choke up. Koof making sure Slammed doesn't infect again. Too big for his britches that round, I feel.
Lurk denied.
He's going to be a bad option if picked for the moment. Koof's kill here early on.
When does Xander play? Tomorrow.
Apart the round entirely.
Tomorrow will be a movie of a day when it comes to tier 2. Today was a lot of the middle of the table teams. This is a match for elimination, I believe. 1-3.
I like this late trailblazer for the side of Cuz.
Swiss stage, it's first to 4. So 4 out means the 4 losses means you are out. What do you prefer between Asher and Omen on this map? I like Omen personally. There's some obvious pitfalls to Omen, but what Omen can do in A main is very, very impactful on the defensive side. Also, abusing elevation is always going to be a factor when you add Omen into your comp. All right, we'll do predictions. We can do like a quick little 1-minute prediction.
Yeah, even Stevens on the scoreboard here. One more half for one of these teams. Neck and neck after.
All right, quick little 1-minute prediction, chat.
Real mood shifts across this matchup. Good to see the emotional roller coaster that these teams have been on.
More like a 40-second. I'll cancel it at 1:30, okay, chat?
Stepping up to the plate.
Get your predictions in.
Scotty has 3 kills right now. It feels like he's been so
the last gamble of the day.
He's been there, but he's not been shooting, I think. And at the same time,
Bro is the #1 Astra hater.
It's been like this.
I'm very particular about Astra.
Like, what is the Gecko going to look like?
I am a pretty big Astra hater, though, to be fair.
Which is
Best score to run predictions too? Oh no, Des, you're actually right. All right, remember 1:30. I'm turning it off.
The Thrash didn't even find that much value
My
in that
1:30.
gate or in that half. It's insane. So it's Coburg as an agent. You know, that's what's been played right now, and he's playing really well.
Oh, it's pretty good timing, no? Right before the first blood.
Kind of thwarting the way that Pigeons now want to move into this one.
Okay, we have a lot of people here. Also, I'm really interested to see the Sky Gecko on attack. Like I said, it's going to be a lot of contacting into pops. The one like kind of detrimental aspect of Gecko is because Gecko's the primary bomb holder, chat. It's very easy to read the Gecko in terms of the macro on defense track him and just know where the bomb is
Activate
going.
one more time off the screen because Evictix is
Because he will almost
bit
always have the
fractured, but
bomb.
peeking is going to be.
And the other thing is,
awesome.
because you have so much utility that you can pick up constantly on Gecko, you want to use your utility for the recharge.
Stopping all the tools in the trade. So much utility to deal with. Shaws.
I think that's the
getting
worst
active on the
version.
pistol. Now there's Anderson. 40 seconds left. 3 players to find. And
That,
he's
that,
gonna get
that might be the worst implementation of the Gecko, I won't lie.
He's in a really nice hold from Evictix.
Throwing the little
I'm a
buddy in
little
with the bomb
surprised
before you
that Evictix
actually
still
like...
decided to go for that after just
Yeah,
letting
yeah,
Noise
we get it,
for
chat. We get it,
20
chat.
seconds.
We
Like,
get
that
it.
wasn't even a convincing amount of time to stall.
It happened. We know, we know.
Rotation,
We
and
know.
then Anderson, I mean,
6,
doesn't
7,
even
yeah,
peek
I
out
get
the
it.
doors, so you don't even have any intel to springboard off of either.
Bro, I actually
That
do
felt
need,
a bit of an
like...
empty follow-up to an early frag found by
I actually
Shaws,
do
and
need
it
this
just goes
this
to
emote,
show
huh?
that if Pigeons do slow down for a second,
That's actually
they're gonna
free
look
real estate.
totally frozen. Like they looked like headless chickens after that opening frag for a good couple seconds, and it led into a nothing burger of a pistol round. So definitely got to see that step up coming forward.
It's actually free
here
real
from
estate.
Pigeons, that initiative run through.
Definitely want to give a shout out to
KO Dagger,
that one.
very
I feel like
OP.
just playing that passive, not giving
KO
away
Dagger's
any
so
information is
strong
the
on this
reason as
map,
to why
man.
the end of that pistol
I like how
went
Nismo
so
plays it
well.
the most,
I'm
though.
liking the
Playing
calls
this
of the team to
jiggle.
just completely cut Noise
Throws
just
Molly
like
on ground,
Pigeons did
hits them with the
as a
fattest, like,
response.
5-man dagger
Look at
deep
this
in
one, though.
main.
Ego for the side of
Seeing
Pigeons.
this
They're gonna
guy
look towards
cross.
A. They were already
Okay, we are
scouting,
fully
and they're
ready.
facing a few scouts of their own.
Well
It's
done.
Marshall and these scopes in mid doors with the outlaw Shaw is getting more value here. Jumping right in, dome smokes used.
T-Dog spam.
Winning the lottery a little bit. It happens sometimes. You gotta let it happen. You gotta
Yeah,
allow
no, these things happen.
Rest of the round though, explore a bit more further throughout yellow. It's gonna be denied. No chance here, and no
Shit.
value really gained from the side of Pigeons.
Shaws is so worried about multiple angles there.
I can't expect much. When
Nice. Good
you got
molly. Good molly, good
absolutely nothing,
flash.
and T-Dog is just hitting
That
shots
high-low on
a round
B
like
only
that.
exists with Omen, 100%.
I mean, yeah. Pigeons don't really have a way in after all of that. They don't have the resources on a site as big as A when Evictix has time to come back, and T-Dog is able to intercept with the knife, followed by the flash, followed by the molly. You just have so many ways to.
Are they
play
getting a
people
gun?
individually here, and it'll let Evictix have their pick of who can take that orb for the defuse, set up shop to try to take this half by storm. It's not even like the ability to be responsive that's making this composition look so scary on this half. It's just
Does Nismo play
the,
first match?
The ability that each
Yeah.
player has
MAD
to kind of just
is
hold
playing
their
first
own
match tomorrow.
momentarily. When Pigeons build like so much of their backbone for Breeze on
Thank you for
top
hosting
of
the watch
that.
party.
So the individuality isn't going to shine through on this attack half.
No worries.
Like,
Honestly,
what's
it's been
left
fun.
for these
Watch
guys?
partying is
Like,
so...
the synergy is
Watch
still
partying for me, I'm
thrown
not
into
gonna lie.
question with
Like,
this new
I don't
composition.
think I could really get burnt
It is,
from
but
watch
I was
partying.
gonna talk about the comps a little bit,
Watch
right?
partying's a
Like,
little-
double innie on both sides.
little
it's such a
too,
different
like,
flavor. So
easy.
Gecko and I think
Compared to
Sky
doing, like,
keep things
full,
more
like,
close and
produced
personal and clumped up together.
content,
It's harder to find like
and, like,
early
shorts and
information.
shit like
It's easier
that.
to execute, I feel
Shorts,
like,
long
as a
form.
result. You'd
That
notice
shit takes me
early
like 12
action
hours to
on
make
the
like an
attack
8-hour
side for
video.
Evictix 24/7.
If
The
not
flash
longer,
is
by
not
the
gonna
way.
give you as much information,
MAD's back in
and I can
Val, yeah.
tell you there's so many people there. It lets
Yeah, they
you
have
have
Kaplan as well
interaction
again.
with, abilities down on the enemy's team.
Kaplan and
But,
Nismo
right now with these
back in action.
agents on the side of Pigeons,
Caillou
the work
also
for them
from Sentinels
is
went
actually
back to
getting
M80.
into a position to hit the site. When
So
they're
it's a
hitting
pretty
the
strong
site,
team,
It'll be so much
all
stronger
things
with
considered.
double flash coming in. You have to look at Geckos, but look away from Skies. Like, it's a really cool synergy. The question is, do you find the right size? Do you get to the right places, not having as much guaranteed information with like
Nice
a
Polestar.
Silver drone or a K-Line?
Anderson finds good timing to cross. It's pretty good insert spot, man.
Similar vibes to
Pretty
the previous
fast.
map where
Pretty
they
fast on the
wanna hold
activation.
on to
This
so
is
much
too
before they
early
go
on the
close play to
timing,
yeah,
in
sure.
my opinion. It is the aggressive
You know,
timing,
maybe
so it's not the
sometimes you just
worst
win the
timing
lottery
ever.
twice, and sometimes that
He did
just
wait
happens.
for this audio to take his timing.
Going by fast.
But when they're playing
Molly is an
retake
answer
A,
as well.
Or a little
they're
bit.
still going to be holding the gap.
Dude.
You kind of understand that, Chad?
You're able to actually get
If
that
you're not
util
getting
out a bit
resistance
earlier.
here,
It's a util for
like
you
more
to frame
accurately, it's
Jamal
better
not
for
to
you
be
to
effective
wait
in this
until
position.
these guys
Talking
see
about
if they're getting any
positions now, though, there's
resistance,
not
and
that
then you
much
take this
exciting
timing.
going on from Pigeons.
This
So
is
far,
like
that's one
cheating the
third down
timing, if
smoke,
that makes
one at-
sense. Trying to go earlier
at
than
corner level, but
enemy
It's
expects.
all about, I think, Cuz right now. His position
Usually works
mid-court,
if somebody's
how much
on
value
site.
Can he find as we're already over the
Oh,
side?
gold?
Coburg sees everybody coming by as the ball readjusts. Cuz is found. Coburg needs to go huge. He's almost there. Skyscraper of influence in this round. Zamal's also building up the floors, but Coburg is the taller building
Okay.
in this one. Looking strong.
Okay.
As he just takes this entire
Bonus,
round by
not
force.
converted. That's good.
This is
Normal
such
round.
an odd, like, pressurization.
Narrate
of
has
an
been having a rough time on
explosive
KC.
composition for Pigeons where they don't feel
Yeah, KC as a whole has
secure
been kind of
enough
off,
to
no?
kind of edge that front line any more forward than they have to, but at the same time, they're trying to find an outlier and trying to use their util to initiate on the person who is ultimately like creating the distance for Evictix. So you have to like.
I would understand going earlier in the timing if there was some resistance. Yes. That's like the key factor. If there's resistance, then you're not being held.
Such a tough rhythm to manage, but
then you're not being held because they're gonna flood for their boy on site. But the problem is that the style of this comp is explosive, right? So he's trying to capitalize off the explosive nature. If he's reading that there is gonna be resistance, then it's good. It's good to take the early timing. So I understand his decision either way. Kind of makes sense.
The questions thrown up in how they get
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, chat. I need to pee so fucking bad.
Decide to launch in, how much of the initiator util they use just to get on
I need to pee so bad.
It is so.
But we kind of went into this game. I'm definitely not staying for the interview. I might just use the bathroom, low key. Well, we'll stay for the swing round and then I'll go after.
Hyper aware and not scared.
Six is not moving to Berlin. Yeah, probably not.
You do it both ways, fast, slow. It's nuts for Koof right now.
Right here.
And this time, I don't think Wingman's getting affected.
P bottle OP. Okay, well, that's
right. Like, how do these guys find space on
that
the site?
one is not. That's not really an option that I go for.
Space, fun and easy
it won't be Berlin though. Yeah, somebody said they're moving it, right?
But honestly,
or is that a rumor?
Just throwing util out
speculation.
If a lot of it is just throw the gecko flash, throw the sky flash, and move around.
Okay, looks to be a save. I'm in maxing.
They get creative in their positions.
I'll be right back, chat.
Cuz is with some of the slower players of the team. Coburg is scoring the faster players. You get to explore middle. You get to have a chance at fighting sight. Pigeons are dynamic here. What can Evictix do? Take more earlier fights. Try to fight for the space a little bit more. We keep talking. I think we're casting a different game. We keep talking about, yo, Pigeons, how are you going to get to sight? It's so hard. Kenrek, Victus is just chilling back. They're waiting for them to do it. They haven't fought them yet, really. Like, that's what I want to see from Evictix. I want them to fight for the space just a little. You've got KO. You've got some nice slides. Like, you know, so far, Shaw's has looked so nice at being aggressive. You need to have a voice before the spike gets put down.
Yeah, I'd love to see these corners get cut a little bit. Elbow looked really strong early on here from Evictix. I'd love to see them, you know, duck into that again. And it feels like you can play with door a lot more because, I mean, they've been making Cuz be self-sufficient for a lot of, like, he's been playing on his own for so many of these, not even holding flashes, just holding like choke lines and lurk checks, and there just has been no punishment. And now there will be overdrive out the gate in the door, and we're in T.
Yeah, this is a response to like the slow play we saw from Koof moving up, but you can't be that loud, man. What are we doing out here? Koof's got a little bit of a deep bag and how he wants to play this game. You got to be able to respect that drip a little bit. You know what I'm saying? There's no way he's going to be a one outfit type of guy. Multiple ways to play the game up and elbow though. Flashes, sprays, looking good from the side of Pigeons. And I get it. You want to be a little bit more haphazard, a little bit more risky on a round like this. You don't have the eco, so you have to get a little bit more value when it comes to the action. And this time though, Pigeons are there to match it.
And making quick work. Especially after the rotation is confirmed.
I'm really liking the adjustment though that, you know, we actually went for an early fight. I don't want it to just be ecos where we goes for, you know, this team goes for those fights though. I need to see this happen on an attack round. For an example, we saw slammed in that little corner position. Was it slammed with the KO? I don't remember, with the judge. I'd love it if there was another player there playing with the judge. If the judge gets seen, we have a second swing after the fact, right? Things like that. Some small trap plays.
Okay, we're back.
Give something else up on the map. You were mentioning mid.
We are back.
Give up a main. Play for mid a bit more. You were saying Cuz is there. Find Cuz.
Will Gecko pick in VCT at all? Probably not.
Who's the target that round? Let's not pick the king of the
probably
game
not.
Right
probably not. Probably not.
On the side. Pick a weaker link.
So vault from Dre.
100%. Yeah, Evictix. The proactivity is definitely.
Okay. Oh, we're seeing a fish round, guys.
Sorry, not to interrupt.
No, you're
on 100 Thieves, we would call the Gecko out fish.
No one's fighting for anything. Again.
Because once again, terminology super important.
A main pretty much, but the rest of the map is theirs.
If somebody says, "Can you ult? Can you ult?"
Yeah, they've already forced the rotation.
Sometimes that can confuse people.
Yeah, so much of the B space.
So having a name for it is nice.
And Zamal. Timing.
Yeah, I'm not saying this round's unwinnable. Oh, it might be if things like that happen.
Walk around glitch. Claims another victim.
So much work for these guys to come in on this
oh my god.
And be able to win.
Dre kills him from the B split angle.
You're asking
through tunnel
to do triple the work to win the round. Use ultimate. Zamal stays active and under the electricity and just finds Slammed coming in on the timing. I mean, Pigeons are being so disrespectful.
Oh, there was a world
right
chat. There was a world.
In the game, Evictix.
It seems like even in the moments where Victix do
Double here feels pretty bad. I won't lie.
Pigeons are just keen to it. They understand.
Very
that
scary.
Going to be ready and watching that. I know exactly
Shaw's
what it's going to be. Just take it back.
crazy duel to
Shaw's,
win.
once again, got a spear tip. Dre able to facilitate. It's just cuz.
They know it's Sky alive.
Me too.
This is a recharge flash though. This is the third flash.
Not found this time. They might think that he's on site. Flash coming in.
I think Cuz took a really long time to go for this flash play.
Dancing towards the backside of pillar here. Cuz finds the pick on the right side. I was gonna say the spray, but the dude just looks.
Wow, man.
He's just
So many impossible fights getting won, bro.
Oh my
like
God,
these rounds are so hard, bro. Nice shots, nice fucking shots by Cuz.
There, again, the
Evictix like clawed their way back into the round in that 2v3. Shaw's getting a crazy kill.
Trey's got such good
and then
eyes
Cuz finding
for
2
Shaw's
back.
entries.
I was kind of
Just
worried
the
for
rest of
Cuz
it's
when
like
he
you said,
let
so
the
much
players
space
like
created
you have
after
like a
that
mental
initial
image
pincer on the A main. Shaw's was
in your
trapped for a
instincts. You have a mental
century in
image
that
of like the
cavern,
players and
it
where they're
caused the rest of
walking.
the team
When he
to
gave them
entirely
timing to
lean over
walk
towards
like
the
into
A
back
side.
pillar,
You hand over the back end and you start trading your way
it's a
through it.
big
Good on
risk
T-Dog
letting them
to be
have
able to
all
at
of
least
this
get some
space when
damage done.
he
Slow
knows they
that
need
down,
to
put a
like
pin in
W
it,
key a
make it a
bit.
little dicey, but it doesn't
Maybe he
matter
envisioned
when
them
the
like
bottom line
chilling
is still
at
reached,
half wall
and
and then coming
Pigeons
out later.
Still have 3
I don't know.
ultimates to hold on to at the moment. The win cons are all in their hands now.
Doesn't Gecko now have
Good
refreshable
for
Molly?
timeout.
Is he
Good
still
for
not
the timeout to be
viable
called
despite
by
the recent
Victix, 'cause
change?
you're not gonna get another opportunity.
Yeah,
at
because
this
like
point,
the
too.
thing is, if
And
you
there
think
is
about
a
the Molly,
skyrocket
right?
potential for here,
Okay,
for
I think the
Pigeons to
best
take the
map
last 3,
for
send
Gecko
Victix
has
and
always
Evictix
been
into
bind.
relegation.
Clicked
Call
on the
it a
wrong
day.
map.
Yeah, that's what's online.
If you think
right
about
now,
like
by the
these
way. We've already
classic
seen 2
Gecko
maps
ults,
be
right?
played.
Or Gecko
10-8 on
mollies.
for the
This
side
one,
of
it's
Pigeons.
really hard to pick up.
Whoever loses
This one is really hard to pick up. So like the change doesn't really actively change too much about Gecko. And then Gecko's utility used to be 10 seconds, and it went to 20 per piece of utility.
If it was a 100-meter race between these 2 teams,
It's just going to be hard to pick up your little buddies.
ahead of Evictix every time, being able to play.
I think the exec into picking it up for post or for stall utility, that one is like a fair rechargeable cycle. 20 seconds is a long time to wait though.
It has to be double the value.
So I mean, mostly the problem that I had with implementing it is like trying to find a way to like still get good Molly lineups that are like safe spots to pick up your little guy.
I'm liking these forward positions. Actually,
it's kind of hard. It's not easy.
Third person up in window on the side.
And I think the 10 to 20 second change is honestly probably the biggest one.
Yeah.
That's like not really talked about.
For holding it down this close.
Because people weren't even playing the agent when it was 10 seconds recharge.
Want to stay stingy the whole way through this, and the dog not necessarily going to suss that out, so they'll go.
I think a lot of stuff in theory can sound pretty good, but when you put it in practice, ends up not really effectively being like that. I talk about that with Astra all the time. Astra helps people's util timings, and I think that people don't even really recognize that. Like how it actually affects the server. Because people are more theory and macro focused, I think, when they're talking about the game. And compositions. Coburg timing, bro. Walk around glitch just actually gives you a free 3K, by the way. He's found just a perfect position.
When Evictix are finally looking alive in their positions, a chance there, a nice gap found, and the round comes tumbling down. Koof puts that pit
it is anti-eco, but you know, fair play, right?
And they end up winning the round.
Walk around, don't give audio. People are not ready for your fight. You end up finding yourself in positions that are like crazy opportunities. That's why walking around is just so broken. No one talks about the walk around glitch on Gecko. It is pretty good. Find yourself close to a choke. You can actually get explosive. We talked about it a lot. Gecko plus Sky. It'll just lean into a lot of like contact into pop. Very explosive comp.
Again, not playing Gecko.
What you would do though when you play against this, right? Is you would just play anti the smoke, peek after, right? It's the best way to approach it. Play for a little bit of a refight. If people play like tucked corners or something like this, they're not going to be able to play against Gecko Sky. It's good from Dre to burn all this util. Here's the other thing too. The 20-second rechargeable doesn't mean that Q can really wait 20 seconds. This is why the 20-second thing is kind of fake. They're not going to wait 20 seconds to re-exec with the next Dizzy. There's going to be too many people over here in that case.
Is T-Dog supporting him once again? Pushovers again, might have to disrupt your own wall here.
this is gonna fade.
QoR actually abusing, bro. Abusing the walk around glitch, actually. Actually, that's wrong. Hi, Fragus.
Now T-Dog just subbing into position. That should be enough. Yeah, we're fine.
It's okay.
Yeah, don't complain. Don't complain.
Wait, Fragus, is today your off day?
Right,
Monday? Makes sense, bro.
Sorry. Yeah, I mean that was again good tempo control from Evictix there, able to stall
Yeah.
and then stop. I'm really impressed by Dre's.
What do you think about content creators
The first shot
have the ability to watch party their own team even if it's not streamed on the main channel?
And then overdrive is coming your way, and the shot lineup is perfect there. Very good.
I think it would be good.
Very good practice coming.
Is it currently a thing or is it not currently a thing? What's the situation? Wait, Fragus from LOL? Yes. He's a Escape from Tarkov streamer now. It's actually goated. If you guys like playing Tarkov, you should watch Fragus.
Actually has a pivot, and now stakes have changed.
Funny guy.
Pigeons realize what's at stake.
Ex-pro league player. Perfect. Funny. Handsome.
More in the meta, but Neon is just good enough with that operator to be able to reposition, get into another sneaky angle. Might swap positions here with T-Dog. He goes for a knife. Ooh, Coop denies the information.
So we are seeing a bit of the pop out A.
Shaw's still
Man,
blocked off. T-Dog steps.
I love how Ku's playing, bro.
No one else is, but Slam finds the opening, starts shooting. Zamal.
I love how Ku's playing.
They have to get fully back here before they can fight it out. Spike's gonna keep ticking down though.
Chat, they understand their fights so well. The idea behind Sky Gecko: get contacty, get to the choke, throw all of the explosive util, and then they slow it down every single time. They walk around the site just hard scaling. They found so many opportunities just from walking around. Man, Ku's playing so well this. Since we tuned in,
that is just tough, unfortunate way.
They've actually been playing very well.
To lose towards match point.
Bro, I'm a new subscriber. Can I get a Zixlol?
Read overall in the round to be able to stay
Welcome,
on that backside.
welcome, Derek.
Not peak whatsoever,
We now have 2 Dereks in chat.
every single angle.
Yeah, after losing that first blood, they definitely had to recoup and do it fast, but their ability to get back on that site.
I meant like it's not streamed on Twitch. They can watch it through an unlisted stream by the coach or assistant coach. Ah, right. That did happen, right?
On to the gap. That fast lane fading out from Shaw's after no one would peek him on the off. So much lost time and resources.
Maybe I should be thinking about that, no? Maybe I should be thinking about that. Asking a team that doesn't currently have like a co-streamer. It's actually good tech.
So we'll be picked up. Might be a bit of a risk. Trailblazer kind of looking at backside.
I gotta shoot my shot.
Nobody's on this for now.
When is EWC, chat? The EWC quals
might be a possibility.
is after stage 1.
Snakebite to just deter anyone coming in from arches. Zamal found out. Gonna be weak now in the post lane here. 4v5. Any special positions over towards the cheeky flanks? No, everybody's on site. One person kind of watching the through line through main. T-Dog is able to find a big spray, understands exactly where Pigeons want to play. Now he's getting a pulse, a read on the round, dictating exactly how this
pretty damn clean.
Should retake and come in.
Pretty damn clean.
Board,
It'll be ENC now. Wait, is it ENC is like fully replaced EWC? I see. ENC is after the whole season.
100%, yeah, Scotty was integral to making sure that the rest of Evictix could recover that.
If I'm Ku, I go back to A.
Pretty damn far back again with the help of those nebulas and the snakebite.
Scotty got all of this space.
Making sure he skates all of that, stays on the inskirts, and finding the timing on the jump.
Ku has to maintain. Ku has to have that backside control to be able to play out the round properly.
And take over that fight, keep all
Didn't have enough
guns,
space.
Have all of their ultis. They have a really solid trail that they can blaze to 12 here.
Yeah, that trail being blazed with taking.
If a player is able to live in backside or walk into backside, either option, you can't really prevent this. It's a little too hard to play against this. Because this player can play jiggly and just like bait all of the attention while you get wrapped from 2 different sides. Pretty hard.
Alex not to go for the pit for the moment. Might just go there for the last round. They're confident in this one.
All baited.
That they have. 100 starting immediately though.
What?
It's kind of crazy when you know these guys are slow all across the map. Not too much info there. I'm not.
How did they bait it?
Saw something, but that ult being
how did they bait it, chat?
Huge. Door play available.
Good timing on the dagger. Holy good timing on the dagger. They'd still take timing anyway.
Oh, they still push in though. No command to stop the abilities even more so. Gunfights over towards the site. Coburg's gonna find the first spray. And the rest of the
man, they're so patient, chat. Ku is full walking everywhere they go. Look at how hard it is for T-Dog and Slam to play.
Shoot these heads. Slam is very serious in the conversation. Goes in for seconds.
They didn't really know where the fights were coming from. Ended up getting the peak on timing from backside. Gets the punish. It's actually nice. In my team, I don't know who to run as my 5th IGL. On Breeze, Neon Viper, Astra Sova, KO is the best. KO is the best if you have a KO player. If you don't have a KO player, you can play double duelist instead.
Thank God for that knife, because that Hunter's Fury with the Gamba Cave stack was
Doesn't play KO.
ballsy to say the least. That being said, yeah, everyone found out. Everyone.
That does make it a pretty hard map to play in your pool.
Window to reactivate. Pigeons just have to go for it, and Evictix have their pick of the litter with those shots that they can freely take, and they still got.
I mean, you just probably want to lean into their comfort.
Non-factor in this final round of the game. And you still have the retake potential.
Ban that map then? That's actually what a lot of pro teams would do, I won't lie.
Get proactive, take that extra
A lot of pro teams would see that they'd have a bad mismatch in terms of identity and just permaban the map.
One opportunity in regulation left to do
you can find value still with like things like Sky. It's definitely not ideal. If you have to play with it, you can make it work, but
default rounds that I feel like Pigeons have a bit of an advantage, but Evictus
it's definitely not ideal.
After round after round. This one, yes, Scotty has the ability to stop things happening on one of the sides. Will Evictus use?
He's asking for Premier. I see.
Will they just wait for the hit to come
Lean into comfort, bro. Ask your. Here's the thing, Winger. The role that you're asking for is the luxury role anyway.
And they do seem to be
it's the luxury flex role anyway. Ask them what their favorite character is. What do they think they'll get the most kills with? And just put them on that. I'm not kidding.
There are answers here for the Viper's Pit available from the side of Pigeons.
Because KO players should play KO. Double duelist should play double duelist. Bro, even if you play triple smokes, you can find a way to make it work. It's not going to be like super sick, but you can like find ways to make it work. Spam smokes around mid, create lurk timings for yourself.
You do kind of close off.
You can find ways, you know?
Is kind of around. So they're playing with like, you know, I guess that lack of information as the thing.
Play whatever is their comfort.
You could just pit one side and up the
What if it's Reyna? Play Reyna.
It's a sound strategy.
I'm serious. Play Reyna. I'm so serious.
On a backline again. Every time they've done this, Pigeons gain control of the round, and it's too hard to handle.
If they're comfortable and they think that they'll get the most kills on Reyna, they should play Reyna.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
And so he knows he can stall some time out, force Pigeons into one, pigeonhole them.
Because the only reason you would play double duelist there anyway is because you're like trying to get, you're prioritizing space and kills. Reyna's going to do pretty much the same thing. Wow, T-Dog tries to take timing through the neon wall. No, that is actually tragedy. The A is weak once again.
To have a say in this round, they might just overpower yellow. They might just play super aggro, or they might be absolutely locked in and focused.
Dart used inside the smoke. Man, you have to have a really solid read to think that, like, to dart inside the smoke. See what Dre can do. I like that Dre has noise cut the entire time. Pro. Nice try, Dre. Nice try. Nice try. That was an insane shot. Jeez.
And they come out on top.
While confident,
to focus on optimal team comp, just play what works. I agree. I completely agree.
Across the board, and they still sit at sudden death, but at sudden death, they will remain
very underrated.
Seated. They have eliminated Evictix from the Swiss stage by the skin of their teeth. It came at the most crucial.
All right, guys, it's about that time.
It came in the tiniest of windows,
it's about that time.
It work, and they will continue to try to do so. Big congratulations to them. It seems they're really starting to figure out a lot of their identity.
Going to raid. I'm gonna raid Brock. I'm not gonna stick around for the interview, guys. We were mostly watching for the other series, to be honest. I appreciate everybody watching. For those that don't know, I post YouTube and TikTok stuff most days. I have a lot of tech that's already like kind of posted on there, and then also you can join the Discord as well. It's where I'm like post that I'm going live, and also any new uploads in terms of the content I'll also post on there. We used to do some casual coaching on there. It's been kind of hard to implement it when we've been watch partying a lot. Now, also the growth in terms of watch partying has been insane. So it's kind of hard to go back into so much of the casual coaching stuff, but we'll probably find a time where we go back to doing it more. Kind of like, I'll say kind of akin to like what Woohoojin used to do in the scene. A lot of like, watch ranked players play, give them feedback. That kind of thing. We did that for a little bit, mostly between tournaments, but maybe we'll return to that at some point. Okay. I will be rating, bro. Actually, I need to cash out the prediction. Give me a second here. Ku ended up taking it. Well done, Ku. All right, rating Brock. I've been enjoying your streams. Rest up, King. We will be back tomorrow, guys. We will be back tomorrow with more tier 2 action. This channel has follower or subscriber only chat. This channel has follower or subscriber only chat. That's what it just said to me when I put raid Brock. All right, say Zix raid or something. Or do not raid. Wait, do not raid? Should I be saying that? Is that good? Tip raid? Oh, whatever.